There, REM Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we're going to chat with another Gen Con TV fan favorite, Sarah Moore from Sarah's Table. It's a crossover event, so you won't want to miss it. This week's giveaway is a PDF of Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook, Seattle Edition, donated by Catalyst Game Labs. Type in hashtag REMPC in the chat right now for your free entry to win. For bonus entries, check out www.remalternis.com/nuyen and patreon.com/remalternis. Your support helps pay our cast and crew, so we greatly appreciate it. Now, we have some news in the Rem Alternis world before we get to our special guest. First, Coddlesworth's Clockwork Circus, issue 2 of the Steampunk Fantasy graphic series is still live on Kickstarter and getting closer to its goal. Help us get there by heading to remalternis.com/kick and get your free copy of issue 1 on Drive-Thru Comics and leave us a review. Second, we at REM are excited to announce that we are officially partnered with Catalyst Game Labs for their next Shadowrun Kickstarter, Shadowrun Edge Zone, the upgradable card game. We are so excited for this opportunity since we love Shadowrun so dearly. So check out the pre-launch page as soon as it's up in the next couple days and follow the project, which officially launches September 13th. Finally, please join our Discord and follow us on Twitch for a very special event, the Rem Alternis annual Streamathon this weekend. There's still a couple of seats open for various RPGs if you'd like to play with us, or join in on Twitch to watch and chat along at www.twitch.tv/masterofrem. We have a lot of really cool giveaways happening throughout the entire weekend. Now, time to get right into our conversation for this week. So stay tuned, REMPCs. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We are here for Rules of Cool to chat with my new friend, Sarah Moore. The reason that I changed my name, by the way, because we can't have two Sarahs on the same channel.
I'm so sorry.
It was pretty great because, we were very excited get Rem Alternis out there, and I was telling everyone about the show, and people were tuning in, and they were like, "I watched your show, and you weren't there. It's Sarah's Table, right?" And I'm like, "No,
Not. I mean, thanks for watching the show, people who tuned in for you. So sorry I snaked your viewers for a couple of weeks, I guess.
Oops." Sharing the love, getting it out there, sharing the viewership.
Absolutely.
But I want to hear a little bit about you today. So getting to meet you at Gen Con, which I have lots of questions about, and we'll fill you all in on the details of that. But why don't you tell us how you got into gaming in the first place?
Well, when I was a kid, my brother played Dungeons and Dragons, and I wasn't allowed to play with him because he was 4 years older. And so it was like, you don't want to hang out with your little sister, right? And then I started dating who is now currently my husband when I was in my very early 20s. And one of our first dates ended up being an 8-hour Star Wars RPG session.
I mean, sign me up.
It was like an overnight, that you can only do when you're 21, right? You can't you can't continue to do that as a person in your 40s with the marathon overnight session. But I was just super hooked on it when I came out, and Star Wars was really my portal in because I'm a very big Star Wars person. I have a Star Wars tattoo. like there's there's just sort of a lot of that in my life. So, and I like cosplayed Leia a bunch. She's like very important in a lot of my upbringing and stances on things. And so that was the smartest way for me to get into it. And then once I found out that there was a bunch of different kinds of them, I was just like, well, w- uh, it's over now. I'm just going to be here forever. And I never left. So there we
It's
go.
really cool. That's
Yeah.
awesome. And we were able to meet for the first time this past Gen Con at a taping of Actoroki.
As real
And
people.
yeah, it was pretty great. It was a lot of fun to watch. And we'll kind of get into some questions about Actoroki as well. But I instantly recognized you as a kindred spirit. If you remember what I brought up to you, I was like, that right there is a theater nerd.
It is. I am such a theater nerd. Yes. I have a degree in theater with an acting emphasis and a movement specialization. I went to college in, central Illinois, and then I also studied in London. And I worked in Ireland for a summer in a theater. Um, I just sort of like moved all over. I was able to, while I was over there, I wrote a play and we toured it in London and Berlin. So that was really
Oh,
awesome. And so I've just done
cool.
like a lot of, I like sang with an ABBA cover band a little bit while I was over there. It was very weird.
Nice.
My life is very strange. But then my husband and I started our own theater company right out of college. And then that sort of got a little derailed because I had two children back to back. And so we had like a little break. Um, and then when we were thinking about coming back into creating, we scooted into film production instead. And that's kind of where we landed. And
It's
then
really cool.
this happened. So, my whole
Yeah,
life story.
that's really neat. And being able to recognize like instantly, for those who are like, how do you look at someone and know they're a theater nerd? Like, um, Sarah's mannerisms and like the people in and and stuff like that. Like I could see it, and I'm like, she's acting with her hands.
She's
Right there.
presentational, that one. That's yeah, absolutely. Well, and also I'm
Um,
Italian, and so it all just sort of comes back together. So
it's extra big.
it's so much
Um,
big.
I love it. And wow, that's really cool to be able to write and perform and tour and stuff like that. That's really exciting, and then make the transition into more of the film side of things.
Yeah.
Excited to hear more about that. Um, but we gotta do things in order here.
There
So
there is
um,
a schedule, which is also
there's a
very
schedule of
important.
events here.
I understand.
The story has a beginning, middle, and end, right? We gotta.
We've mapped things
So
out.
so we talked about how you got into gaming and your history with theater. So like I know my answer as a theater gamer. But what do you love most about combining those two loves of yours?
I think it's telling the stories. Like this is an opportunity for me to collaborate with other like-minded folk and like be able to create a story every week. And the way on my show, it's almost every week is a different system. So I just get to like dip my toe into all of these different places. Like, this week I recorded an episode of Root, and so I got to tell stories of like adorable woodland creatures having adventures. But I also did one recently that's called the Nosy Bunch, which is essentially if you took Scooby Doo and made it into an RPG. Um, and so I got to tell this like phony ghost story. But I also got to play like Jason Morningstar's new game. He came on um and like got to tell this really gritty, emotional, hard like shipwreck story. And I think it scratches so many itches for me because it's like Quantum Leap, right? I get to, as the DM, get to leap into all of these different stories and affect the world around me with these people that are helping me do it. Um, and I'm just like so excited every time I get to like leap into the next place. That's
Awesome. Yeah,
clearly the answer that you were looking for. I can tell.
absolutely. So if you want my answer, she just gave it.
That is the one. Same story.
So you kind of have referenced a couple times now your show. So tell us about Sarah's Table.
Yeah. So Sarah's Table is I'm for those of you who don't know, very queer. I'm a bisexual woman, and I sort of approach all of my stories with that slant. So rainbows in the background, surprise. And I started the show because I wanted to tell stories that weren't like gritty, hard, sad stories. And I feel like not every story needs to be bloody, and there are times and places for that. But I felt like there was a lot of D&D streams out there where everybody was just being very edgy and dark, and like it was like we're just gonna tell all these stories and everybody's gonna die and everyone has a sad backstory. And I was just like, I don't want that. Life is hard enough in general. And so I came up with this hashtag, which is joyful gaming. And for me, that means just like being in a place that you trust enough to be vulnerable. And sometimes those stories can turn a little sad, but there's a joy in sorrow, I think, and in shared vulnerability and trust. And I mean, honestly, we spend so much time laughing and just like having the best time. Um, and I feel like that's what I want. That's what I think a lot of people are looking for. And so I even sometimes push the envelope and I'm like, hey, you know what else would be wild is if we just had like puppets on the show. So like how ridiculous can we get? We can do slapstick. We can have a good time. Because sometimes that's what you're looking for at the end of a long day. Um yeah, so the show is on Gen Con TV on Friday nights. It was originally on a different channel. Um and the channel is gone completely now. And it ran for about a year in this other place. And then the channel stopped getting support and they closed it down. And I lost all of my episodes, which I'm just like
Oh,
so sad about. Because I ran like 41 or 42 episodes. It was like 15 different game systems and oh my gosh, it was a lot, but I spent it learning and I told Peter that I had lost being able to stream and he was like, "Well, we need a show on Gen Con TV and I think it would fit really well there." So I made the
that's
transition and I
awesome.
started in March and I have been going since.
That's so great. I'm really glad that you've become part of that Gen Con TV community and work so closely with Peter on a lot of things and like your passion and enthusiasm shows. So
Oh, he's
um
and he's wonderful.
yeah,
So I
yeah,
can't I can't complain about the path that led me here, Like
great.
great.
That's so awesome. So by the way, your whole story of joyful gaming and who you are and stuff. I'm running for the first time this weekend for the streamathon, Thirsty Sword Lesbians, and I'm like, yeah,
Oh,
you're just living that life. Like,
yes. I love Thirsty Sword Lesbians. We did an arc on it and it was wild. We did an arc on the first incarnation of the show and it's one of my favorite games to run. It's so
that's
ridiculous.
I'm nervous because I've never played it and never like I'm reading the book now and watching some streams and stuff like that. Like, oh God, I have to run this in like 3 days and I don't know what I'm doing.
It's gonna be great.
Um, But yeah, I'm excited for it. So neat. Okay,
I mean,
cool.
like,
Well,
when in doubt, just be like, who would you like to flirt with in this scene? And then that's all you need, really.
okay, so when I start to lose it, I'm like, oh god, flirting. Who wants
Yeah.
to flirt?
Who's up for flirting? Because it's everybody.
Awesome. I
Because
love it.
you don't sign up to play Thirsty Sword Lesbians and not expect to like homoerotically lift someone's chin with your sword. That's gonna happen.
Can't wait. Can't wait. Oh, so speaking of thirsty sword lesbians and some of these other so many systems that you've run now,
Many
what are
systems.
some of your favorite game systems that you've run through your show?
Um, so there's been a lot of like really small indie games that I just think don't get enough love. Um, and one of them that I had an incredible time with was called Ball of the Wild, designed by Matt Mesnard. And Nat created, they had this idea. What if you are an animal in drag as another animal? And so you're, one of the things that you do is that at the end of like a mechanic built into the game is at the last scene, you put on this incredible drag show, right? And then as you get to be a judge for your other people putting on this drag show, and there's a bunch of different categories and you do all this stuff, and you do the roles and you see if you could see how good things are. And then the last scene of every session is you getting out of drag and revealing what animal you were underneath. Um, and it was just the most fun. And I played a pangolin in drag as a fox. My excellent. And the host of the show, who is the GM, the host of the show was a bee that was in drag as a bear. It's just wonderful.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, honey, you can still love your honey.
I believe that was her name, maybe Miss Honey. It was like Miss Honey's drag show. Yeah.
Love it. Oh,
So
that's so
perfect.
awesome.
It was wonderful. And it's
What other
actually, I think they're actually doing a Kickstarter because it was just very conceptual at the time. But I think they're doing a Kickstarter to make it like a full version right now. So go look.
That's so cool. And what's it called?
It's called Ball of the Wild.
Oh, the Wild. I
I'll put
love
it
it.
in chat. I see you
Neat.
out
So
there in chat.
yeah, right. So what other systems do you love that you've gotten to play with?
Oh, okay. So if you want something that's a little bit more serious, you could do Women Are Werewolves, which is this amazing system about exploring the idea of uh, gender presentation and how people around you treat you because of how you identify. Um, and you play your character is non-binary, and then you live in a society where all of the women turn into werewolves on the full moon. And
Cool.
so you have to decide if you do turn into a werewolf or do not, and how you see your own how that affects your self-image and how other people will treat you whether or not you turn, um and where you are most
Wow.
comfortable and all that, and it can get pretty heavy. There's actually like a warning at the beginning of the game, like as an aside, I really think I do a safety discussion at the beginning of every game. I think that's super important. But this one is actually even more important because it can bring up sort of personal trauma. There's a lot of sort of generational trauma that you're unpacking in this particular game. But it's one of those games that you come out of and you just like you feel really good about the story that you have told with the people at your table, and like you come out of it and you're kind of like, oh yeah, okay, that was a lot, but like it felt important. It felt
Yeah.
good to talk about. So and like also I think can be really helpful for people who have family members or friends who have come out as non-binary, and like people are looking for the tiniest taste of how to understand what they might be facing. I think it's a super useful tool.
Yeah, that's kind of where my brain was going as you were describing it, because being able to, sometimes if when presented with a new perspective that you haven't encountered before, like being able to kind of process and be like, how do I react to this? But working through that and coming out the other side with that decision of like, ooh, okay, I feel more comfortable with this thing that was unfamiliar, and knowing myself and my own feelings and like process toward that. So that's really fascinating and very deep.
Yeah.
Neat.
But,
Cool.
just as a note, friends at home, like RPGs definitely not in place of therapy. Just tossing that out there.
Yeah, yeah, appreciated. So to kind of bring back around to the joyful gaming,
Joy.
that's the T-shirt that I saw at. There was a lot of people supporting you at Gen Con wearing a pink joyful gaming T-shirt.
Yeah.
So was planning on asking about those anyway, and now that we know about the hashtag, maybe where do we find those for no reason personally?
No reason, just no reason. Yeah, so actually that was a very small print run. I am in the process of getting a shop set up on my website, which is pixiesandpins.com. Um, but I had mentioned the idea of wanting to have something, and I was like, well, maybe I just want to have like my own shirts, that just like my own shirt, so that I can wear one that says Joyful Gaming. And a friend of mine who is rabidly supportive, her name's Lauren Keating, and she has a Cricut machine, and she was like, I'll make you one. And so I
Oh,
made it, and I was like, oh, it's so great. And then I mentioned that I had gotten it and other people wanted it, and she was like, I will make however many you want. How many do you want? And so, so she made like 20 shirts, and it was so kind of surreal for me to see people out wearing them. I'm super excited. I have my logo is the rainbow with the like vertical color shifts in it. Um, and I watched her make a shirt. She had to lay each one of those by hand because she's just like an insane person. Um, but it was like the nicest. It was so nice. So we're hoping to be able to do a run like through a shop instead of making her
cool.
make them
Yeah.
all in her living room.
Right.
um,
Right. Right.
but yeah, I
So
mean,
wait patiently is what I'm hearing.
well, yeah, I mean, I could probably get you one. Has to be wait.
I definitely want to support and help promote as well. So when you do have that up, let me know and I'll make sure that our friends and fans know about it as well.
Thank you. It's really fun to see because they're so blindingly pink. They're like bubblegum pink. You cannot miss them in the crowd. They're
Yeah,
so
yeah.
they're so very pink. And it's
Offensively pink is kind of my thing.
I feel that on so many levels. um and like it was very fun to see the fact that like I had a bunch of my male friends that were just like very cool with wearing this blindingly pink t-shirt, which I know shouldn't be an issue in 2022, but it is still.
Yeah.
Um, so it was very cool. Like, and like, my partner sometimes will just come in just wearing it. Like, and I'm like, oh yay, you have your t-shirt on. It's so exciting. um,
That's so sweet.
yeah, it still makes me like giddy happy to see it because it just feels like, you know, uh, it feels like I haven't been doing this long enough to earn that, which I understand is silly. I get that. But like, you know,
People
who
love what
knows
they love, and
who knows
if
who
you're
I
reaching
am though.
people on that level.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah. I
fair.
mean, if you're making a difference in someone's lives, they want to support that and they want to show that off. And I mean, just hearing the two examples of games that you talked about, and like and you can feel that that joyful gaming. And so if
Yeah.
it's something that's impacting, people are definitely going to want that. Um, Neat. Oh God, that's so great. I feel the same way too whenever I see like we'll have a meeting for Rem Alternis, or we'll get on a stream and I see someone wearing the Rem t-shirt. I'm like,
Oh my God. It's so weird, right? It's like, get all like
you're a
giddy.
fan of mine. I'm a fan of yours.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, so Gen Con and meeting you was my first experience with Actoroki, which also streams here on Gen Con TV.
Yes.
And it's another really special and unique take combining D&D and film. So can you tell us about it and how it works? Because I totally I went in
Yeah.
blind.
It is such a wild process. So week 1, we play an RPG session. It's a D&D 5e campaign that is set in the world of Chaldea, which is the setting that Peter Adkison has come up with. He started a
Heard about it a
campaign
couple weeks ago.
Yeah, he started a campaign back in the 80s, 1981. He started this campaign of World of Chaldea and has been running on and off since. And so he has all these stories, and he has transitioned them into this passion project, which is multimedia. So it's part live action and part motion comic, and then part traditional novelization. We also have a podcast, and then that takes a long time. All of those things take a long time. And Peter wanted something that could be a little faster. And when he pitched this to us, we were all a little bit like, I think you're maybe crazy. But week 1, we play this RPG set in this very rich, robust world. And then our script writer, who's Steve Conard, takes what happened in the RPG and he writes a script in the course of like 4 or 5 days. And the next week, so week 2, we film the actors creating the script. Currently, we are doing it against a green screen. The first season was all on Zoom. So we just did everything on Zoom.
Wow.
You know, it was just these boxes like you're seeing right now. Series 2, we were able to move into the studio. So everything was filmed against a green screen. And we've continued that in the 3rd series. And then Peter locks himself in a room for 1 week. And he edits all of the footage together and adds in all of the art from our amazing artists, and I'll love it. And then we screen it on week 3. And then the next week we start right over again. And it's 6 cycles long for each season.
Wow.
And then there's just no stopping it.
6 times the 3 weeks, so it's an 18-week per season.
18-week, yes. And then, well, I mean, and sometimes like we'll skip a week if there's like a holiday, or like if we're at, like we skipped the week we were at Gen Con because the whole team was there. Like we were all gone.
No, you didn't.
Well, yes. It wasn't part of the it wasn't part of the season. Okay, so we did something at Gen Con called Actoroki Slam, where on Thursday morning I ran a D&D. Well, it wasn't D&D, it was sort of our own version. It's a Chaldea RPG that Jonathan Tweet wrote for us, so that we could have a 1-hour session easily. So I ran a 1-hour game Thursday morning, and then I wrote a script from that game, and we rehearsed Saturday morning with my actors, and then performed the show Saturday night at the Chaldea room party. It was very fast.
Yeah. Yeah, insane.
Super fast.
And to do that during Gen Con too, where there's so much to distract your energy and you're exhausted anyway and stuff like that. Like, give you guys mad credit for pulling that off.
I had the most amazing support staff. I was referring to them as the SSS, the Sarah support staff, during Gen Con. My partner was there. One of my business partners was there. And then also my friend who made the t-shirts was there. And the three of them truly, they like kept me upright all weekend because I'd be like, they'd be like, it's time to eat now. And I'd be like, all right, I just move to my next thing. Because I did a bunch of, I also did a Sarah's Table live there. So I did those 3 events for Actor-Oki. It is Sarah's Table live. I hosted a couple of parties for Peter, and then I did a stream with Perception Studios. I don't know how I made it through Gen Con.
Well,
upright.
You made it, but it knocked down your immune system quite a bit.
It did.
I feel that.
Yeah.
So
thanks, Gen Con.
Yeah, thanks, Gen Con. We love you.
We love you.
So what are your roles specifically, and I say roles plural, within the Actor-Oki production?
Yeah. It depends on what season I'm doing. I'm always social media support. I always do that for them. In series 1, I was one of the lead actors. I played one of our core PCs. In series 2, I was the dungeon master. And then I also played the main villain because I wanted to. And I was like, hey, what if you let me do it? And then in series 3, I play a couple of different like voiceover parts. I'm like talking props. I play a talking sword. And then I also we do a thing called Actor Spokey with each movie, and I help interview whoever our guest is during Actor Spokey. And then we also do an Actor-Oki Slam at most of the conventions that we go to as Chaldea, and I help coordinate that and run different parts of it or all of it, like at Gen Con. So it's just a lot of hats. Hats all the way down.
Awesome. So you have tons of free time, clearly.
The most free time. Yeah.
So in your copious amount of free time, are you a content creator outside of Gen Con TV at all? And if so, where can we find your work?
I don't have time to do anything. So all of my streaming is hosted on Gen Con TV, although I do appear on streams with other folks on other channels. I've done a couple with Homebrews and Homebodies. I do what I like to call the Down Under circuit up frequently. I stream with Dreaded GM or Robert Hartley GM, professional GM, or Dead Aussie Gamer. I'll hook up with them and do one shots or small arcs as frequently as possible because they're delightful to play with.
Yeah.
The time difference though, ooh, it gets you. It's rough. It's rough.
Neat.
Yeah, but I'm mostly stay at Gen Con TV because they're my home. Thanks, Gen Con.
That's awesome. What about besides streaming? I kind of asked you for some of what else you were working on, and while your home may be Gen Con TV and you branch out into doing these other one shots, you're still busy in other ways and other projects. So can you tell us, let's start a little bit about The Crowned.
Yeah, The Crowned is an RPG where you get to play the god of some very small slice of reality. I personally, during playtest phases, as we were like working through some stuff, one of my characters was the god of foxes, and one of my characters was the god of collars. So like very, very narrow purviews. And it's set in this place called the Shining Garden, which has a ruling pantheon of 10 gods called the Clade that are so powerful that like their crowns like grow out of their head, or like part of them. And they're pretty terrifying, but also awe-inspiring, like a god should be. And so we are in the process of continuing to develop the game, and we're actually going to launch a crowdfunding campaign on October 10th of this year.
Ooh.
It's coming up so soon. But I mean, we did some playtesting of it at Gen Con and the group seemed to be really, really on board for it, and I'm super excited for it. So, yeah, that's happening very soon, and everyone should buy it because it's wonderful.
Awesome. That sounds really fun. Like as soon as you said God of something small, like the I can hear beyond my AirPods, I can hear the air conditioning. So I was like, God of AC.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then like the cool thing about it is that you can then decide like how that would affect the world around
I
you,
would
right?
I
Like,
would I would be a spiteful God,
oh
and
yeah,
if you anger me, no AC for you in the summertime.
take it away. Yeah, absolutely. And like, and that's, I think that's one of the cool things about it is that the whole idea of the game is like, well, what will you do with that power? Like, are you going to help people? Are you gonna hinder people? Is this just gonna be like a thing you don't even want because you're just gifted this godhood without your choice? You know, it just like
It's
becomes a
true.
thing that you
Oh,
are.
wow.
So
Neat.
we had a guy in one of our groups who played the god of cinnamon. And if somebody like pissed him off, he would like cinnamon challenge them. He would just like fill their mouth with cinnamon. Um, it was very effective at stopping what was happening
Yeah,
around
that would
him.
be terrible. That was actually terrible.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. So coming to Kickstarter in October, early October.
Yes.
Um, and still with all of your streaming and Actoroki and so Sarah's Table, The Crown, that's not enough.
It's
So
not
we
enough.
also have The Vanishing Lands.
Yes. The Vanishing Lands is being developed by my partner. Also an RPG. It will be out early 2023. And the idea for the game came from, you know how like there's these mythical lands that disappear, right? There's like Brigadoon that only comes back once every 100 years or so. Shangri-La, which is in a different reality space. Where did Atlantis go? It's the what happened to the people in the Roanoke County. Like he came up with this idea of a vast plain where lands just show up and it could bring part of the civilization, the whole civilization. And there's magic in this land that is just randomly gifted to people. So you show up in this new sphere of existence and you are cut off from the rest of what your world was. And you have to figure out how things have adjusted and like there's no electricity. But do you have people who can like create that with magic now within your society? What was important about your world and like did that come with you? One of the worlds and you can create your own world, or we also have source books of like here's some vanishing lands that this land has vanished
Cool.
and you can decide what to do. And one of my big jobs in that particular one is that uh I am taking that idea and creating something called Vanishing Alone, which is how to play the game as a solo RPG.
Ooh.
Like,
Oh, that's cool.
what if the thing that vanished was like one plane and with
Neat.
one pilot, and then you are now in this new place, and how do you deal with it? So yeah, so we're working on stuff, and I'm also writing little micro fictions for each place that you're going. So
Oh, that's cool. That's really awesome. I love that concept. It's that's really fun. And then do the Vanishing Lands, do they ever return to their plane or are they in this new plane forever?
yeah, so we are exploring what happens there because one of the questions that I had when we first started talking about it was like, who did you leave behind? You know, what if your romantic partner or your sister or your child or something was on just the wrong side of the line and this plane vanished and the other one didn't? Like what happens to the rest of the people who are left behind? And do people immediately start working to try to get back? Can you
Yeah.
and I think that with the idea that one of the inspirations was Brigadoon, like you might be able to. You might be able to get back. Maybe it's only briefly, maybe only people can come in. Like how does that work? And so we have been I think that that's an expansionary sort of material of like, this is how you create a vanished land and this is how you play in it. All right. Now let's move on to what happens when you go back, if you could even get there. Um yeah, it's such an exciting, like, I never thought I would, like, 14-year-old Sarah was like, there's no way you'll ever be able to like write for RPG, like make games for a living, and like
You
just
go.
just super excited.
That's so great. Oh, I love that. I love hearing you talk about these worlds. They're really unique worlds, which I love, but also just the questions that arise from that. Like it, what flashed in my head in that case was after Avengers Endgame. Like, okay, great, you were snapped out of existence, and now like 10 years later, you're back.
You're back. What does that do? How does that, like, what a
Yeah,
crazy thing for your brain, right? To like have
yeah.
adapted to this new place and then come home.
Oh, there's been so many things you've talked about tonight where it's like, oh gosh, I have to process my feelings. Like so many feelings.
So many feelings. Yeah, and then like the idea, like, do you want your family to have like moved on because you don't want them to have suffered, or like are you secretly hoping that they have just waited for you? Like what happens? And like, do you bring your magic back with you if you were one who had magic in the new land, and does it come back with you, or is it gone? How much have you learned to rely on it? I
I
don't
would be
know.
so butthurt if I got magic powers finally after dreaming of it for a lot of years, and then like it was taken away because something else. Oh, I'd be
So
so
mad.
butthurt.
Yeah, same. I was like, but I was using, huh.
I good to see you too, family, but like my magic.
Couldn't you have joined me where I was, where there was magic? Yeah. We
Oh,
also just
well,
discovered, which I'm very excited about, that Wonderland um is in the public domain. So we can make a Wonderland
ooh,
source book
that's
for
cool.
the Vanishing Lands. So
That's really neat. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have to watch for that. You let me know when that goes live.
I know, because then like I also get to be a Disney princess. What? Like I can't help it. Just cool.
I can't have all these feelings at one time. I
So
just can't
many
process them
feelings.
all.
Just have to fan myself. Things fine.
Yeah, yeah. Please, and let me know when any of these launch. You're welcome to come back to the show and talk about them and get all excited about them with all of
Would
us.
love to. Yeah.
So because obviously I just can't stop asking you questions now. Is there anything else you're working on?
Oh my gosh. I mean, probably. I am I'm a professional GM for hire in Chicago, where I live. Um, I work with a company called Rough Magic, and I just got hired to do a monthly Spelljammer game, which I'm super jazzed about because space hamsters and like I I can't not love that. Um, yeah, and like I have two teenagers, so they keep me pretty busy. One of them is very heavily into theater as well, so that's a treat. And they are also little gamers in their own right. So they have their each have their own D&D group. And sometimes they deign to let us play with them as a family. But
Like
like I get
I feel
it.
like I want to shake your kids and be like, do you know who your mom is? Like,
No, but I get it. I mean, like, you want to find your own tribe of weirdos, right? Like, I had the
yeah,
opportunity to find
totally.
mine, and I want them to have their own. But also, like, I have all these cool games. Play with me. Um, yeah. I mean, I do a lot of writing. I have a novel that I have been working on for ages. Um, that's a NaNoWriMo thing, and maybe one day it'll be finished. We don't know.
I'm super sad to find out that you're in Chicago and I was in Chicago until 2021. I was there for 7 years and I'm like, "Ah,
Boo.
I missed hangout times."
So, well, I
Um,
mean, I promise there will be at least convention crossing paths. Like we were
yes,
for
absolutely.
sure.
Yeah, and that's very exciting to be able to continue that because yeah, your energy at Gen Con TV, I was like, I want to be her friend. We're gonna make this happen.
Yay, come be friends. Spread joy. Let's do it.
So where can our viewers catch up on old episodes of Sarah's Table and After Oki?
Yeah, so if you go to youtube.com/GenCon video, there are playlists for Sarah's Table and also for Actoroki. Also, Actoroki is hosted on actoroki.com, so all of the previous episodes are there. And if you go to pixiesandpins.com, it's linked to like all of my socials and all of my lists and everything. You can find it. We did a blazingly pink website instead of doing a link tree. It's very pink, as we discussed earlier, offensively pink. So you definitely
Pink.
will like it. Yeah. And like if you're just looking at a glance on Gen Con video, there's a little chibi version of me in cute little dresses. And that is the one that you click on to see what I am doing at Gen Con. Because our artist, Tanel Lovett, was like, what if I do like a real cute version of you? And I was like, I can't love that more. So go ahead.
Mel is phenomenally talented.
So
It's
good
been
and
a
so
pleasure working with her.
fast. She's so fast. Like,
And genuinely kind.
yes. Yeah, she's
Yeah,
also doing the
she's
art for The
phenomenal.
Crown. We poached her. I was like, "Hey,
That's awesome.
come work on
Oh,
this."
that's so cool. Oh,
Yeah,
she's phenomenal. I
so
like
great.
my heart is very warm. She's like, "Can we hang out more at Gen Con? What are you doing?"
No, I like her. She's just like her
She's
energy
great.
is wonderful to be around, and she's super enthusiastic about everything, and just like wildly talented, and like
Yep.
it's just great.
Yeah, for Actoroki that we went to go see at Gen Con, she was on the stage drawing during the show and just
Yeah,
watching like the close-ups of her developing something and seeing the end product of that. It's just she's remarkably talented.
it's
Um,
she draws live at every RPG session that we have for Actoroki, on our stream. And then,
wow.
so by the end of it, it's like she just has all of these finished products. And it's actually really cool to see because once the stream ends, all of the players are like, what did you draw? And they just like gather around her with this. She's got this giant leather bound, sketch pad journal. And she just goes through and is like, they're like, it's my character. And I'm like, oh, I stabbed a spider or whatever they're doing, It's like, it's wild.
We need to get her on this show too, so that we can share Tanel far
Yes.
and wide.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, we are getting.
I mean, I guess I'll share her. I'm taking up a lot of her time.
I mean, if you're poaching her, like I'm gonna poach her over to.
Poacher as well. Okay, that's fair.
She does all of our thumbnails for Gen Con TV.
She
So
does,
whenever you
yeah.
click our video, that's her. But we are getting close to the top of the hour. Sarah,
Boo.
it's really fun talking to you, and
Yeah.
like just feeding off your energy is makes this show easy. And sometimes it's like keep pushing the energy. And with you, I don't even have to try.
You're like, hey, just like maybe bring it back down a little bit.
No, it's funny because so as I've gotten older, I actually identify more as an introvert, and I
Mm.
can do the extroverted things, but then I'm like, nobody talked to me for like 3 days.
Oh, sure. Then
Um,
you need a break. Absolutely.
yeah, but at Gen Con, for some reason that changes. Like it doesn't suck energy from me to do the Gen Con thing, and I think it's because of the people
Mm-hmm.
that are like-minded and passionate and like instead of taking energy, they like feed you energy and you just feed off each other.
Yeah, I
And
mean, I think
uh,
some people are drainers, right? And some people are absolutely like they'll fluff you up. Fluffers? I don't know that I can
yep.
say that on here, but I did. So,
Well, you are a wonderful fluffer.
thank you. I'm gonna put that on my resume under special skills.
Hashtag fluffer.
Hashtag fluffer. You're welcome.
Thank you so much for joining us, Sarah. And please keep us posted on everything you're working on, and we'll make sure that it gets out to our audience. And we'll see you next time.
Thank you so much.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Last time on Shadowrun Emerald Glitch, our runners have been hired to act as personal security for Billy Berserker during his film's production in Seattle. Why does Billy need security? Where is the original Billy camera dude? And what other secrets lie in wait? Join us for the sequel trilogy, part 2, in the next episode of Shadowrun 6th World Emerald Glitch, coming up next. Don't forget that we have a wonderful giveaway of a PDF of Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook, Seattle Edition. And thank you so much to Catalyst Game Labs for donating such a great prize. Enter to win by typing hashtag RemPC in the chat right now for free. And you can get additional entries to win by going to our donation page at www.remalternis.com/Nguyen. All donations help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. And our biggest donors can have a message read at the end of the episode by the Shadowrunner of their choice. So check it out. And did you know we have more shows like Shadowrun Emerald Glitch on our Twitch channel? We stream 5 to 6 days a week over on twitch.tv/Master of Rem, including the Dresden Files RPG, Shadowrun 5th Edition, and more. So check it out and give us a follow. Thank you all for joining. And next week, we'll be talking with Cassie from Pure Alchemy Soaps about her new Kickstarter for the gelatinous cube soap. So you can have some clean and oozy fun. See you next time, RemPCs.
The course of military history is most often defined not by great generals, but by the most powerful technologies of the time. From the composite bow of the steppes to the black powder of Asia and the ironclads of Europe. Each of these advancements redefined what war was like. But all of these lack the scope, power, and the all-affecting change of the last great technological leap, the Leviathan. The great warships of the sky. Powered by the recently discovered electrolyte, Leviathans are massive metal warships able to take to the air, raining down fire and smoke upon both land and sea. Now, at the start of the 20th century, the great powers of the world will use these new weapons of war to expand their empires, exact revenge upon their enemies, and remake the map in their image. Welcome to Leviathans, the Great War. Leviathans is a tactical miniatures game centered around the Leviathan, a flying metal warship. You will command a fleet of these machines from one of the many great powers of the world. Using the modular dice system, you will create your fleets and take to the air to destroy your opponents before they destroy you. Each faction has its own power and focus, from the German Navy's dedication to armor to the Italians' torpedo boats. There is a play style for everyone. Start your Leviathan fleets with the starter box and expand from there using faction boxes or ship packs. These, alongside many other relevant items, will give you everything and more you need to play Leviathans. So welcome aboard, and good luck, Captain.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cottlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell! Spell!
Spells.
Spell! She says spell like 92 times. Spell! 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 Spell!
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Hey there, NPCs. Welcome to our actual play of Shadowrun 6th World Emerald Glitch. I'm Bob, your GM, and tonight we continue with part 2 of the sequel trilogy. Previously, on Emerald Glitch. What show are we on?
That's right.
So I'm confusing that with the Billy show. Billy got in my head in chat. So our intrepid runners were hired by a producer, Royce Reeves, to provide security for the megastar Billy Berserker as he filmed some scenes in the Seattle area. And so our runners were provided with a second vehicle, a black SUV, stereotypical for security personnel. And in the back of that SUV were some security jackets and some SINs, some security badges, which he said, don't push these too far. They won't hold up to any serious scrutiny. So our runners arrived at a film set way out in the Barrens. And just in time, they roll up, and Billy's walking out of this facade of a building, and explosions go off behind him, highlighting the silhouette of the orc in an orc mask. And so they've met with Billy Berserker for the first time. Apparently Nova is a mega fan.
Yeah.
But was disappointed to find out that Billy does not do his own signings. Apparently, there are rumors out there that Billy doesn't sign things, doesn't handle paperwork in any way. Other people do that for him. So they also met the. I don't think they actually met him, but the director of the film. Apparently, the first of 3 films is Ariok. And then there's a younger elf who ran up to Billy. Apparently, is the aide. That's Jackson Cole. And so, after cutting that scene for the night, you were released with Billy to take him back to his hotel suite, which he apparently has a penthouse suite at a hotel in downtown. And along the way, you drove past a taco temple. After rebuffing Billy's request to drive through the taco temple, he suddenly put his shoulder on the door and jumped out. Because that's Billy's signature move. Knock open the door and run out. They finally wrangle him back up. Nova, I think, gets all the taco temple for him, and you guys take him to his hotel, where you find out that so the next morning you find out that a Billy has broken into the cockatrice cage at the Paranormal Zoo at Renton Center Mall, when he clearly has an alibi with you guys. And so Billy reasoned it out that it must be a Billy Camera Dude. And Nova recognized Billy Camera Dude as being kind of part stunt double, part like Billy lookalike with a camera. Basically a drone made up to look like Billy. Our runners also found a previous agent program that Billy had run in his early days, named Stephanie, who has now become a free sprite somehow. And so we pick up right there the next morning. I think Mr. Bell slept in his roost on the roof across the street.
You definitely didn't sleep.
Okay, slept. And so before you wake up,
we'll flash back to about a month ago. Not too long after you decided to lay low for a while because of the heat was on. And so we pick up with Curie, who has some things she wants to do before our episode began. So how is Curie doing a month ago?
It was before she had to move, so slightly less stressed. But she has some things on her mind. So during some downtime between jobs, she reaches out to one of their old contacts, Professor Redstone.
Okay. So Professor Redstone, whom our group had met in their very first adventure, was the gnome professor who was doing research into what he called quasi-resonant precognition, which is a technological form of divination. So
fascinating research. I got a copy of it, and I've just finished looking through it all finally. So that's what prompted me to reach out.
Okay. So do you call or do you show up at his office?
I would show up.
Okay. So you show up at his office. We'll call it mid-afternoon. We'll say a student is just leaving, looking rather bewildered. You get the sense that this student is clearly young enough to be maybe a freshman or sophomore. And by the conversations you've had with Professor Redstone before, it's no surprise this person is confused. Possibly as confused as when they went in. And so the gnome sort of looks over his desk and sees you. Yes, come in. What can I do for you?
Professor Redstone, it's been a while.
Yeah, it has.
Well, I finally finished reading your research, and it was quite fascinating, taking a technological look, on a scientific look into magic. I don't disagree with some of your conclusions.
Yes. So you've read my work. Excellent. What were you looking to do with it?
Well, I think that there's some conversation we might be able to have and help each other. I have some thoughts on things that weren't covered in your research and conclusions that I think might be beneficial, but also I'm wondering where you, as a, pardon the offensive term, a mundane, have such access to insight of magic.
No insight to magic. I've read a few things, but as you correctly say, I don't have that spark. This is a purely technological exploration of what I understand to be a magical phenomenon, above and beyond any legends that you might read about. But it sounds like you're looking to approach this from the traditional magical standpoint.
Yes, I think I have some insight and perspective, referring to the astral perspective, to observe and assist with research as you have need, of course. But I'm wondering, based on the people that have also been expressed interest in your research, I'm wondering if perhaps you have other magical contacts. I'm new to Seattle's. Yeah, we're in Seattle.
Yes,
I'm new to Seattle. So I'm trying to build a bit of resources and community and networking within the magical community, especially the educated magical community.
Well, I don't really have that sort of, is it called shadow resources? But I tell you what, all the time that everybody else in this department has laughed at me, have considered my research total bug. There's one person that's always stood behind me, and I think she might understand why. She might understand like the magical underpinnings. Come with me. Let's see if she's in.
Excellent. The resources I'm looking for don't need to be shadow resources, as you say. Just again, people that I can ask as questions arise.
Yes, that's good. That's good. Because not a shadow resource, I think. And so he sort of hops down out of his chair and just sort of goes out into the hallway. Makes a quick left. Okay, so you follow. And he goes like upstairs, and of course he's got the shorter legs, so he takes the steps a little more slowly, a little more laboriously, up to the next floor. And it looks like he's taking you into this sort of connector building between two buildings. And as you get in there, it's a fancier, it's better decorated, it's shinier, but it's like a connector building between two clearly older buildings. And he then turns right and goes down a hallway. And near the end of the hallway, there's a door that is labeled, let's see here, that is labeled Vice Provost for Research, Dr. Rose Winters. And
I feel like I remember that name.
You might. In fact, I will show that to you because one thing you were pleased with your Decker was that he did some research on this person. She was the one who took possession of the Emerald Sins. So who knows? Maybe she does have some shadow contacts. So he walks into this door, and it's more a reception area. There's definitely a receptionist there whom you don't recognize, and there are a couple of seats in a waiting area with a small trid that is on silent. And he walks up and sort of like peers above the counter and sort of looks in. You got a sec? Like not even talking to the receptionist. He's talking to someone behind the receptionist. And you see there's an office behind. The door's open. And she steps out. Dorzu, do come in. Do you mind? I've got someone with me. Yes, I believe we've met before. Maybe not by name.
In passing.
Come in. So he
go
goes
in and close the door behind me.
Okay. And so he sort of climbs up into one of the chairs, like he's been in this office many times before. And it's a pretty nice office. Not quite corporate. I mean, there's like corporate sort of angular bits of it, but there are clearly there are old books laying around. There are like physics posters hanging up. There are all sorts of things that mark this as maybe sort of halfway corporate, halfway academic. And she says, "Do sit down."
I'll sit down, and I'm interested in what Redstone is going to like kind of start this conversation as, because he kind of scrambled over here without really explaining, like, oh, yes, there's someone you should talk to, but I don't know why. So while the pleasantries are going on, I'd like to sense.
You'd like to sense Dr. Winters?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead and do that.
Man, 2 hits.
She comes off as mundane.
Yeah, so I'm extra kind of.
But that's kind of an unfortunate role for you.
Yeah, so I'm extra kind of curious about why he would bring me here, but we'll see.
So he does start the conversation with about the research. So he says, all this research, this quasi-resonant precognition, and he goes into a lot of the technical detail, like she's familiar with it, and now he expects you to be familiar with it because you said you did the reading.
I have done the reading.
So I will say, since you have done the reading, you may add a knowledge skill in quasi-resonant precognition. Let me type that in the chat.
That's cool. I spelled it right.
You did do the reading.
Because I did the reading.
So he goes on in some detail, and because you've done the reading, you understand it. But it's purely the technical side, and eventually, at some point, he sort of dovetails into, but my friend Curie, I believe it is. That's the only name I have.
I'll give him one of my sin names. Let me remember what they are. Where are they? Oh, social media?
Under social.
Yeah, I'll give her Alex.
Just Alex?
Well, he said, like, my friend here, yeah, I know you as Curie, so I just, like, I'm not going to be like, what's my full name and birthday and social security number here?
That's fair. Just that like you're introducing yourself, so Alex. So my friend Alex, whom I think you met at the park that day, has expressed interest in doing a magical study similar, and I think you might have a better idea than I how to go about that. Maybe you have some of that talent, or maybe you know somebody who does. As you know, I lack that spark. And she says, yes, a friend of yours is a friend of mine. So we can talk about magical things then. Perhaps we can meet up later for coffee. And so he takes that as a cue to leave, leaving you and Dr. Winters alone. And she says, yes, a magical study. As
Indeed.
as in actual divination.
Correct. I'm new to Seattle and eager to find educated contacts that are willing to explore the mysteries, the scientific mysteries of magic, and understanding it better so we can understand our own powers and abilities and stretch them further. So being able to partner with, she kind of like looks at her again, a little bit confused, and says, fellow mages, and be able to also look at Professor Redstone's research from a different angle, I think would be beneficial to both of us.
Yes. As I said, any friend of Dorsu is a friend of mine. And it seems from our conversation that you have taken his research seriously, which is the correct thing to do because it is valid research.
Correct.
Yes, so dealing with it from a magical standpoint is not actually that different. And I do see that your aura shines very brightly.
She kind of like tilts her head and then goes, kind of narrows her eyes and goes, do you always mask?
It's easier that way.
Foci or your own power?
Oh, my own power, of course.
Very well. Then I'm very interested in pursuing a partnership.
But I am familiar with the meta magic that people call divination. I specifically am interested in Dr. Redstone's research because it provides a similar benefit without magic. And as you no doubt know from history, magic comes and magic goes. But technology could be forever.
So this is an insurance policy, as it were.
Well said. That is indeed what it is. So you being interested in divination, is this something you are looking to learn to do eventually?
Yes, I'm agnostic to the different practices regarding magic. I've come into my power fairly recently, and so exploring the limits of what I can do and have an affinity for, and divination is one of many branches that I'd like to pursue further.
Very good. So she stands up from her desk and sort of goes over to one of the bookcases and sort of moves some books aside. It's not like a secret passage, but what it is, it's the books that she has on the shelf are not deep enough to fill the shelf. But as she pulls some down, you see some books sort of leaning against the wall behind them. And the book, she sort of looks at you, looks back at the book. Are you familiar with Latin?
Hold on one second, because I have an answer.
It should be along with the knowledge skills on the sheet.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that I wasn't making this up, but yes, I have given some study and ancient Greek as well, because words of power mean something, and have helped me to focus my abilities more directly.
You are not wrong at all. And ancient Greek as well. I'm quite pleased at that. For now, let's begin with the Latin. And she pulls a book from behind the other books, and it is an old tome with the fully engraved front and back, like wooden cover, and the clasp. This is Felborn's treatise. Don't mind the name. Felborn's parents were eccentric, and they were burned at the stake. Felborn, however, was interested in, as you say, insurance policies. And so she sort of turns it so that you can look at it as she hands it to you. Yes, we can start there. And if this is something that interests you, we can talk again.
Appreciated. I'm enthusiastic to get to work. One more question for you, though.
Yes.
Any idea where I could pick up a focus?
Yes. And of course, the talismonger that she lists is the one you already know.
Just checking if there's new resources. So Liada, yes, I've met her when she traveled to Bug City in the past. So yes, I'll check in with her.
My condolences on that. But yes, she is among the best talismongers in the city. Don't tell her
I've
that.
actually just said.
It'll go to her head.
Right. Well, I will check in with her and look forward to discussing what I find in this book.
Excellent.
I'll ping her my comlink info
Okay.
and
she slides her com code to you as well.
I'm also going to ping her 500 new yen and say really appreciate the opportunity for your time.
She refuses the 500 new yen. The time is free. I'm interested to see where this goes.
I'll kind of smile and nod and say, I'll be in touch as soon as I'm finished.
Very well. And so as you leave the office, and we'll get back to you reading Felborn's treatise at some other point. As
like last week when I watched you watch the show and you were like Curie's reading in the back seat.
And so that's sort of what you're sort of replaying in your mind as you awake in the morning. So you're back a month later with the crew at Billy Berserker's penthouse suite. And the penthouse suite is laid out. You've got sort of a living space with 2 adjacent bedrooms. And I'm not sure what the sleeping situation was, but Mr. Bell was not among you.
As I wake as well, and the camera shows her waking, she now wears a thick black choker. It's just fabric, and then hanging from it is a glowing, a slightly glowing, if you can see in the astral, white stone.
So now we rejoin our group, and I think there was talk of going about Billy's day. So today, Billy has a scene at a Tacoma warehouse. And so you have the itinerary. So the it's listed on the itinerary with the address. And you're familiar with where to find it.
To minimize damage and any such sort of things, I have left and come back with breakfast foods.
All right. So there's an array of, is this the Stuffer Shack to go, or is this something else?
Stuffer Shack to go. That's where my coupons are good at.
Employee discount. Yeah, so there are a variety of stuffers there. It's convenient because they're still in a semi-frozen state when they arrive at the hotel. You can just throw them into the heater, and there you go. You've got pseudo fresh stuffers in both burrito and roller food mode.
Sounds like something you could just put in your face for nutrients and not enjoy.
So has Mr. Bell rejoined the group by now?
No, I'm standing outside with my arms folded behind my back in front of the van that I've already called, waiting for everybody to come down. No matter how many hours it takes, I'm just standing there.
So you guys have breakfast. Billy has first and second breakfast at the same time.
Mr. Berserker, I think we have to leave soon.
Yeah, let's go. And he sort of hefts his axe and you guys see on the axe there is like right between the axe heads is it's like the double-bladed axe, and sort of right there, almost at the tip is the tag that Fisher put on there last night.
We could just see it.
Yeah, you guys all see it. Billy apparently has not noticed it yet. Or doesn't care. Your guess, though, is that if Billy is true to form, it will have worn off by midday. So you guys all go downstairs. And so, Mr. Bell, you are in the...
I called the
in Fisher's van.
Well, I called the security van, yeah.
Okay,
and I don't open the door for you guys because I don't have to, because there is no door.
So that's just the front, like one of the doors is off. Like I guess it would be the
back door, right?
The left side the left side back door has been is missing. As those of you who rode with, I believe it was Mr. Bell was driving Fisher's van last night.
Yeah.
With Curie. Okay. So this is
not allowed to go do that again. So
this is the first time that Curie has seen that a door is missing from this nice black SUV. And Fisher's van is nowhere to be seen. So Fisher climbs in.
Oh, he's here with us?
He's here. Tonight he's the silent partner.
Good morning, everyone.
Ben?
Sorry?
It's parked somewhere far away.
It is out of play. Mr. Bell's permissions have been revoked.
Yeah. But
They were they were temporary. But since we have a nice vehicle, let's use this vehicle. And Mr. Bell is Mr. Bell's going to drive. So this SUV has the distinction of having a couple more seats than the van does. It is the full-size SUV.
I'm bitching about the missing door.
Oh, yeah.
Look, yes. AC is not a problem in this baby.
But I guess Billy is Billy going to be sitting in that seat?
No, we're just going to keep rotating him until there are no more doors for him to tear off.
That's perfect. So is he sitting now in the back right seat?
I look at him as he sits down and go, "That's where I sit."
There's space over here.
Curie, you want to sit next to Mr. Berserker?
I wrinkle my nose, but sit next to him. I do, because I sit in the back. That's what I do.
So I guess I should clarify. It's more like front, back, and way back. So the way back. So there are front doors and there are back doors, and then the way back you have to sort of climb. You put down the seat and climb in, or you can climb in through the hatch.
I'm in the way back.
Okay. So Billy is just in the back. So I guess relative to y'all, he's sort of middle right.
I will sit next to him.
Okay. It is doing that Seattle spritz this time of morning. It's raining, but not very hard.
Violet is going to text Mr. Reeves and ask the recommendation for property damage on things such as vans that no longer have doors that may require them in the future for safety purposes. And then I'm going to send them a picture of, like, as we're going down the road of just the open side. But my thumb is kind of in the way.
So you can sense also Billy's sort of looking under the seats. And at some point his head pops up. Where are the snacks in this thing?
I pull out some gum from my pocket.
That's what you call a snack? He grabs it, chomps on it a couple times, and swallows it.
Apologies, Mr. Berserker. Are you in the need of nourishment?
I need some snacks.
I rifle through my pockets and pull out any weird candies that might be in there.
Sure. We'll say there are a couple of bags of candy that you didn't pull out of your because you're not quite used to where the pockets are in this. There are a couple bags of candy that you didn't pull out from the breakfast foods.
I will begin driving towards a place to buy snacks.
I carefully, while we're going to this place to buy snacks, hand him one piece of candy at a time to try and, make it last.
Trying to stretch it along.
I appreciate the opportunity to drive this evening, Fisher. Is everyone comfortable?
Yeah, I'm fine. Fisher says.
Bob, before bed last night, I would have summoned my spirit. Do you mind if I roll for that?
Yeah, go ahead and roll that now. Actually, you had one from you had one from last night. A Force 4 with 3 services.
Okay.
Cool. You did that.
So you've now gone through a sunrise. It'll last you till sunset. And Billy seems vaguely displeased at being handed one piece of candy at a time. This is how the father treats the kids.
I've just got small hands, Mr. Berserker. I'm sorry. I'll hand them to you faster.
All right. Yeah, over there is fine. That'll do for snacks. And you see him, he points to a stuffer shack.
Um,
And so,
can I fishtail?
yeah,
Not necessarily fishtail into the driveway.
Sure, go ahead and make a driving test.
Sure. Abrupt request.
And it's now that you're noticing that since the car is actually being driven, you have not heard this trip brought to you by Range Rover that you were hearing all last night.
Hits.
Okay. Yeah, with 2 hits, you do this sort of almost but not quite a J turn, and then just sort of slide into a parking spot.
Did we stop hearing the brought to you by Range Rover after we lost the door, or was it still running after that?
It did not sound off again. So that's a good question. It was either caused by the damage, or it's caused by someone actually driving. And yeah, at this point, you're not sure which.
Mr. Fisher, while we are waiting to acquire snacks for Mr. Berserker, is there a way to do some sort of diagnostic to make sure that, aside from a missing piece of body, that we could make sure everything else is in working order?
Yeah, so he pulls out his deck, type. And he comes back with, yeah, it's doing fine. I turned off that awful advertisement. The self advertisement for the vehicle you've already bought.
I do not know how corporations work. I assume that was some sort of standard, since I do not own a vehicle either. I just want to make sure we didn't have any new friends that were trying to figure out where we were going with Mr. Berserker.
No, I don't see any additional tracking. I did deactivate the grid guide, since Mr. Bell is driving. So you get out. So Noah gets out. Mr. Bell, you get out and go into the stuffer shack. And Billy gets out and goes into the stuffer shack.
No, this is not what I wanted.
And he does. You're starting to remember this for some reason. The same grab a basket and sweep the shelf that the gnome did when you first met him. But it's the same size basket, but a much larger arm on Billy. And so he's reaching like the top shelf stuff. Bags and bags of snacks. So he goes back and gets a second basket and does a similar shelf sweep.
I'm like positively reinforcing him. Ah, excellent. Fine choice, sir. Wow, you're hungry.
I'm just like, man, glad this isn't my store location.
Wow, even breath mints, huh? Good choice.
Where'd those come from? So this little tin of breath mints goes flying the entire length of the stuffer shack and smacks into the freezer section and back. Fortunately, it's not hard enough to crack the glass, but you do hear a telltale clang.
Hey, Mr. Bell, since I got breakfast, you got this one, right?
How do you mean?
you'll pay for this one.
Out of character, I don't have that much money. In character, sure.
I slide you some coupons.
Oh yeah, thanks. I don't carry cash on me.
If that will help towards the success of our mission.
Hang on just a second, and he goes and grabs 2 more baskets. And these 2, he just takes. He like two hands them and just swings the baskets across the shelves.
Mr. Berserker, you have a 3 basket limit, so you're gonna have to choose one basket to put away.
He grabs one basket.
I hate this guy.
Oh, one more thing. That'll fit.
I've run out of actual positive things to say, but in character, I'm saying things.
It is positively,
I really hate it.
It is positively straining that smile.
Okay, Mr. Berserker, you go ahead and sit in the car and we'll bring this out once we paid for it, okay?
Okay. And he goes out, gets in the car. So there's about, we'll call it 300 new yen worth of snacks here.
I put back at least 100 new yen worth of food. I make sure to keep the high protein ones so that he'll stay full longer. The empty calorie ones I toss.
Okay. Yeah, the one little thing he put in the bag at the end, in the basket at the end, was a little bag of chips.
Yeah, it's gone.
All right, so you bring out the portion of Billy Berserker's order that you intended for him to have. He doesn't seem to notice too much. He just sort of, like, as you come out, he sort of gets out, grabs some snacks, and it's like grabbing handfuls of stuff, stuffing them under seats, so that every seat he can reach has snacks under it. We'll get some pistols for that seat over there later.
Excellent choice, sir.
And he gets in, and closes the door.
Buckle up, everyone. Safety first.
I check my comlink time to see how much of this week of this job is left.
6 more days.
Look at the time. It's a minimum of, I believe it's minimum 3 weeks work.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 weeks and 6 days.
Yep.
That's right. Oh my god.
The offer pay was 10,000 new yen a week with a minimum of 3 weeks, and you were paid up front for the first week.
30,000 new yen. 30,000 new yen. 30,000 new yen. 30,000.
That's a lot. That's a lot of rent money.
I look at the time to see how we're doing, staying on time for his what is it? The scene he has to do today.
Yeah, so you'll have to lead-foot it a little bit to make it.
I lead-foot it a lot.
Okay.
Efficiency.
So go make another driving test for me.
Sure.
See how awkward we can make this van ride. Or technically SUV ride.
Hey, better.
You manage, even through the morning rush, you manage to actually rush because you know how to drive, and most of these other fools are trusting grid guy.
Everyone hold on and mind the open door. And I'd say through cars.
and so Nova, you are catching more of the not so much road spray, but it is at least clean-ish rain, but it is rain that you're catching. So as we arrive at the Tacoma warehouse, ending our first awkward van ride of the day, we've hit the 9 o'clock hour, so we'll begin our first 5-minute break. So before we go, I think there's an announcement to be made.
Yeah, there is. Guess what, everyone? You have a chance to play some Shadowrun too by typing #RemPC in the chat right now for free. You get an entry to win tonight's giveaway, which is a Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook PDF. And it's the Seattle edition. So with all the errata and fun extra stuff that they've thrown in there to tidy it up. So donated by Catalyst Game Labs. So #RemPC right in the chat. And if you really want to win, which who wouldn't, go to remalternis.com/newyen or remalternis.com/Patreon. And it's been a while since I've talked about the Patreon, so I'm going to focus on that for this break. So if you go to our Patreon for as low as $2 a month, you get an extra entry to win our giveaway every single week. So $2 for 4 to 5, depending on the month, extra chances to win a prize that we give away every single week. And so that's a really cool opportunity. And then from there, you get bonus entries for any level higher that you go. So for $5, you get 2 entries per week. For $10, you get 3, and so on, so on, so on. So cool stuff. Then there's the remalternis.com/newyen. If you just want a one-time donation, you can go ahead and put that there. All the donations, whether from Patreon or here, help support us producing content and pay our cast and crew and stuff like that. So really appreciate anything that you guys are able to do. Means a lot. But the free one is #RemPC. So type that now. Yay! We'll be back in 5 minutes.
The course of military history is most often defined not by great generals, but by the most powerful technologies of the time. From the composite bow of the steppes to the black powder of Asia and the ironclads of Europe. Each of these advancements redefined what war was like. But all of these lack the scope, power, and the all-affecting change of the last great technological leap, the Leviathan. The great warships of the sky. Powered by the recently discovered electroids, Leviathans are massive metal warships able to take to the air, raining down fire and smoke upon both land and sea. Now, at the start of the 20th century, the great powers of the world will use these new weapons of war to expand their empires, exact revenge upon their enemies, and remake the map in their image. Welcome to Leviathans, the Great War. Leviathans is a tactical miniatures game centered around the Leviathan, a flying metal warship. You will command a fleet of these machines from one of the many great powers of the world. Using the modular dice system, you will create your fleets and take to the air to destroy your opponents before they destroy you. Each faction has its own power and focus, from the German Navy's dedication to armor to the Italians' torpedo boats. There is a play style for everyone. Start your Leviathan fleets with the starter box and expand from there using faction boxes or ship packs. These, alongside many other relevant items, will give you everything and more you need to play Leviathans. So welcome aboard, and good luck, Captain.
the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cobblesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. You gotta feel it. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
And welcome back. We have just arrived at the next scene of Billy's new movie. And so you see a warehouse with crews set up. There are lights set up on the outside. You can see one of the doors is open, and there are lights set up on the inside. And there's a boat at the end of the dock. Looks to be might be a small fishing boat, not like a canoe, but a small like fishing boat. So you drive up, and Billy jumps out. Actually, opens the door this time, of all things, and he sort of looks down. No. Craft services don't have it inside. I'll save that for later. And he looks over, and you see there's a buffet laid out. There we go. And he goes off. So he says hi. He sort of wanders up to Ariok. And the assistant, Jackson Cole, sort of runs up with a plate full of food for Mr. Berserker. Here you go. Here's your breakfast, sir. Oh, yeah, thanks. He starts eating. And so they start talking about the scene that's coming up. So apparently there's going to be there's this sort of hand-to-hand fight inside the warehouse. And then they're going to have another scene where you're overhearing them talk about this. The second scene is they're going to blow up the warehouse.
Okay.
Hey, Fisher,
Yeah.
can you check if there's a permit for them to blow up this warehouse?
Sure. Type. And so he's typing away for a while, and people start getting in position on the inside. He's like, well, there's a. It takes him like 10 or 20 minutes, and comes back with, well, yeah, there's a permit here for. They're gonna have weapons fights here, and there's gonna be a pyrotechnics display. But they're not going to blow up the building. You see over there, and he points out that they've set charges, but they've set charges in such a way that they're essentially looking to recreate what you saw them do last night. And you know full well, Nova, that walking away from the flames is one of Billy Berserker's trademarks. But you also know that as production values have increased, the property damage has decreased. They tended to avoid blowing up buildings, but in doing so, they've shaped the pyrotechnics better, and it looks better. Almost like they've had professional film crew here instead of one camera dude or one random Shadowrunner seeing through cyber eyes. And you know that to be the case from some of the previous shows.
This ethically doesn't interest me.
Okay.
So I'm going to switch my vision to astral, and make sure that just kind of take tabs on each person that's present, like from the crew and stuff, so that I can kind of get a feel for the emotional state. And if anything, like, we were hired for a stupid reason, right? Like, so if we're watching this guy and on security detail, I'm going to do my job, since I really don't care what's going on with.
Yeah, so definitely in Curie's mind, you were hired for a stupid reason. But there's an awful lot of pay involved. So for this whole scene, I'll have you roll a sensing test once. Okay. So let's see here. As you sense everybody, Let's see. I need to see the sensing table first.
Four's pretty good.
4 is pretty good, except for Deltaware and Technomancer. That's good to know. Okay, so the target of the day, Billy Berserker, has an essence of 0.32. He is in the sub 1 club. He is chrome to the gills. It's all alphaware.
K.
And you do sense, since you rolled 4, you sense there is definitely some drug use in his past.
In his past? Like the past 10 minutes or the past?
Well, to be fair, you have not seen him take any drugs this morning.
Just because I haven't seen him doesn't mean
And that's all I'll say about it.
So, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. And I honestly, with my judginess of the essence, like really were babysitting a wild animal more than a human.
Yeah, it's all falling into place in Curie's mind.
Yeah, which actually like makes it more acceptable somehow. So,
right. Jackson Cole, who is the personal assistant to Mr. Berserker, is Essence 6, Mundane. And he's really just trying to make it in this industry, as best you can tell. He's really eager. He's a go-getter.
Oh, you poor fool.
Yes, he's that naive. Ariok as an elf in his 60s. He is, let's see here. I need to see. He is a mage, Magic 6.
Nice. And what's his job?
Ariok is the director. And you see him actually, as they're setting up to take a shot, you do see him casting a spell. And it looks like he's using magic to, like things like Trid Phantasm, to supplement the special effects. So whatever he might have done in his youth with that magical talent, apparently now what he's doing with his magical talent is using it for the film industry or the Trid industry.
It actually kind of catches Curie's attention and interest a little bit because she always approaches magic from such a scientific lens that like using it artistically and creatively is like real weird and like not something she's really considered. So she's going to watch him work a little bit.
Okay.
That'll entertain.
So those are the major 3 characters. The others you see assorted hands, assorted crew, assorted cast and extras, and they're all sort of they're all mundane. They're all assorted shades of essence between 4 and 6.
Cool.
So you don't see any spirits hanging around. It looks more or less up and up.
And no one with a 4 emotional state, no one looking aggressive, like, gee, I can't wait to sabotage this building blowing up later and get Billy Berserker in the mix.
No.
For instance.
Nothing you see. That was an oddly specific question, but not out of the range of what you might think of as security to Mr. Berserker.
Okay, cool. We're cool.
Yeah, so that's the sense you get as you sense the place. Is anybody else doing anything while this happens, or you just let it happen?
I'll park the car in a place. I wouldn't park it in a stall. I'd park it like somewhere in view. There would be an easy exit, and then
and it's sort of marked off where things should not be parked because they don't want things in frame.
Yeah, and then the driver's side door opens. Nobody steps out. It closes, and I stealth away.
Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead and make your stealth test.
Green, do I have that on again? There we go.
I think I'm just going to do a physical sweep of the area and look around.
All right.
And that's what I'm doing, but invisible. I'll go opposite of where Nova goes in that case.
Okay, sounds good. And Violet.
Violet wants to look through the crew list, the call sheet, and sort of compare names and see who's signed in, who hasn't signed in yet, like if anybody is called out sick. And she's also keeping an eye out for the names that we got of Stephanie Remo and Billy Camera Dude, or any sort of like BC dude, or like
Okay.
that sort of thing.
All right. So you flash your security badge, and they give the assistant director gives you the cast list. They give you a. He actually stands there while you are allowed to look at the script. But he keeps a tight grip on it, so the script doesn't walk away. It's apparently that kind of project. You do not see any BC dudes. You do not see. Yeah, you don't see a Stephanie on the list. And there's no Remo on the list.
All right, and then I will send another message to Mr. Reeves about the door in the vehicle situation. Since we did not getting 10,000 a week, we were not talking about including property damage repairs. And then if we're expected to pay for it, then we need to renegotiate to have some sort of budget for something that apparently is done often by this individual. And also we may need to discuss a snack budget.
So the first message back is, "Oh, Billy." The second one was, "Damages are covered. Save your receipts for the snacks."
Thank God, I've got so many receipts.
Including ones that predate your job.
And then Violet will ask for a number for the, what is the trusted place to go and get this repaired?
So you get a number for a garage. If you take it to them, they'll do it overnight.
She sends a cowboy hat emoji.
Okay. So it's at that point that you hear some motorcycles in the distance. And since Mr. Bell and Nova are looking out, you in fact see a group of go-gangers approaching the site. Does any of you have any sort of Ganger knowledge or Seattle area knowledge?
Fisher.
So you flash over your comm links, say, "Hey Fisher, who are these guys?"
Well, Fisher does have Seattle knowledge. That's all I know. So I don't
Yes, that's
know if I would
absolutely
say
true.
anything. Yeah.
So he comes back as they get closer, and you sort of give a picture. He says, "Oh yeah, the bike's a good a giveaway. These are the Quick Slivers, who are they're a mafia go gang.
This guy looks ridiculous. I wish everyone could see.
Bikes are getting louder.
We have company, and I don't think that they're background.
I think the mention of mafia would trigger a personality change. I'm going to fall in line behind. So I'm waiting for them to kind of enter the area.
I prep a fragmentation grenade.
I'm going to cast my initial spell.
All right. So what we'll do is I need to pull over a token. And I don't have a Billy token on the page. All right, we'll just go with it. So we've got. Go ahead and roll initiative.
What is the lay of the land, by the way? Like, how many entrances and stuff to the area?
So it's like it's a warehouse district. So there are probably 3 or 4 ways in and out. You can go 3 ways. We'll say you can go up and down this big long street. You can go sort of perpendicular to that street. I guess you could go off the dock if you wanted to, but motorcycles wouldn't do well with that.
Initiative before my spells, my prep spells.
Yeah, so we're going to do initiative, and then we'll do one pass with just you guys, because you guys are laying in wait.
I didn't select myself.
So select yourself and roll again.
Oh, same roll. Cool.
All right, now. Billy. I got those guys. All right. So that will bring us to. Oh, I didn't click them. Of course, I didn't click them. There. All right. So Nova is first.
I approach the direction that they seem to be coming from, and once they're in my line of sight, I'm gonna throw this grenade.
Okay. What kind of grenade is it?
Fragmentation.
Okay. Let's see, frag grenade. All right. Ooh boy.
And I'm aiming for like the center of their bike formation.
All right, so we'll say you get 4 of them in the blast, and they all technically I need to make some. I mean, that's unfortunate for them. I'll go ahead and make some soak tests for them.
All the extras are dead.
So 2 of them straight up go down. They're blown off their bikes. You see unfortunate cracks when they hit their heads on the pavement, and they are not moving. The other 2 are not doing much better, but maybe they're still moving. But they do have to make piloting tests. All right. So one of those 2 does crash his bike, and he similarly comes up not moving. So one of those guys one of those guys of the 4 barely survives the blast and is still riding. There are sort of 8 other dudes spread out behind, or I guess around.
There's still 8 more left.
There are 8 plus so 9 total, but one of them is very seriously wounded.
Amazing. So that's a major action, right?
That is a major action.
And with my new reflexes and everything, I believe I can do another major action.
Yeah, you can trade in 4 minor actions for a major.
Oh yeah, this is what I've been waiting for.
How are you throwing grenades?
Yeah, I threw one.
Okay. I think you have to take a minor action to ready weapon.
Oh, you know what? Okay, I think I
Do you have 5 minor actions now?
yes. Yeah.
Okay, so that will take all your actions for the turn then. Because you'll trade in one, you'll use one to ready the second grenade, and then the other 4 to throw it.
Yes. Okay, great. Excellent. This time I think I'll just do a stun grenade.
Having second thoughts, are we?
I like that. Do you see all of those 4s? This is impossible.
You do have a bunch of edge. I should have emphasized at the beginning of the session. You guys have refreshed your edge.
Ooh.
I'm gonna reroll 13 die.
Ooh. Okay. Okay, that's better. Same location, or trying to like forward or back, trying to get like another. You could probably get, you think, another.
Yeah, wherever there's like another
clump?
condensed bunch.
Okay. So you'll catch another. We'll say another 4 guys, who will all have to make some soak rolls. Okay. They are all, well, potentially still conscious. One of them does fall off his bike, and his bike sort of skitters across. He is still conscious, but barely. The other guys keep riding.
Oh, really? Oh, I guess it's not their turn for them to deviate their path or anything like that yet.
That does bring us to Mr. Bell.
Okay. While grenades are being thrown in their direction, behind me I have my holster for my knife, and I have my holster for my sliver gun. I have my hands on both, but I'm walking forward with my hands behind my back. I slowly go to a sprint as guys are starting to fly everywhere. Y'all hear in the comms, "Ooh, I was hoping we'd get a chance to play." And then I sprint towards one of them who is still up on their bike, and I want to try to tackle them off. What he sees is a pixelated blur slowly materialize my form as I'm appearing right in front of him.
Yeah, so you can make a close combat test.
Where are you, button?
And okay, that's just good enough.
Ooh. Hey, Roll20. Thanks.
Roll 20 is turning for you.
I just ruined it though.
Yeah, so you tackle him off. He goes like skittering across the ground.
But I hold on to him, so I'm using him as a sleigh. If he
okay, so like a sleigh, you like grab him, and he slides and takes the brunt of that impact. He's still conscious.
Okay, so that's an action, right?
So you spent a major action to attack, and you've spent a minor action to move.
Which is all. That's my entire thing, right? That's like 6. What do I have?
So how many minor actions do you normally get?
I don't know. I've had some upgrades. It's been a bit.
How many dice do you have for initiative?
It says 11. 11 plus 3d6.
Okay, so because you roll 3 dice, you get 4 minor actions. So you have only 3 minor actions left.
What does it take to intimidate?
You know what? I will allow that as a minor action.
Okay, so as I'm skidding with him and we come to a stop, I'm just like dead smile staring at him with my yellow eyes, and I'll intimidate.
Okay, go ahead and roll that.
I don't break eye contact with him the whole time.
And then remember, you can do minor actions for things like dodge.
Oh yeah.
Should they survive long enough to attack you?
1 hit.
Ooh, and 3 ones. Roll 20 heard you.
Yeah, exactly. I'll just let that ride. I don't want to waste edge on that.
Okay.
But I can take 2 edge for first impression, right?
Yes, that's right. And that's good enough. You sort of have him intimidated because Ty goes to the acting character.
Oh, okay, cool.
I always have to remind myself this is Shadowrun 6th edition, so this ties go to the acting character. So let's see. Who rolled that? So that'll bring us to the air spirit, who currently doesn't have any orders. Fisher. Fisher will be doing something. They're not going to get an action this turn, except they're still riding up. Violet.
Violet sort of looks up as the motorcycles are getting louder, and she looks over to where Billy is, and would like to use commanding voice as my major action to tell Billy to basically get down.
It's all
voice. So go ahead and roll your commanding voice.
So commanding voice is going to give me a +1 die to opposed influence tests for intimidation.
Okay. Oh, and I think he gets some extra dice too. Or edge. Yeah, he gets an extra edge for that. But go ahead and roll your intimidation. Ooh, wow. Okay.
Oh, I rolled just charisma. Sorry. Let me do that again.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
That's more in line with what I expect from Violet.
Right.
Okay. So that's what is that, a major action to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, activation major action. Anything else?
And then I will drop to the ground with him.
Okay. So it is Billy's turn. He does indeed drop to the ground, but as he's doing so, you notice he does take a drug popper. So that'll bring us to Curie.
So turning from my attention to the director as soon as we're notified that this is coming in, I'm going to turn and whisper a word. And I just kind of like snarl under my breath, Sitius. And like saying that word almost makes like my hair blow a little bit, kind of thing, because power. And that's going to be me casting increased reflexes.
Okay.
I'm going to keep. Drain's going to be high, but I think it's going to be worth it. So I'm going to keep. I'm going to try this out. I'm going to keep 4.
Ooh.
So that's going to add 4 plus.
It's going to add 3 to the edge or to the drain test.
3 for the drain test, yes. But I mean, for the actual initiative increase, it's going to be an extra 4 plus 46. So my 10 goes to 14, and then let me roll my. So 14, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
26, okay.
So it's now 26, and I now have my major action and then 5 minor actions. So I'm going to turn.
Roll your drain.
Oh, sorry, I'm just too.
So that is a drain value of 8.
Four, and I'm going to go ahead and re-roll my failures.
Ooh, okay.
So 2 drain.
Drain.
Yeah. So yeah, so the wind kind of blows and my I'll say like one of my ears pops and like some blood drips down. But I'm going to use my minor action to command the spirit to protect us and Billy.
Okay.
And then I'll have another major action. So does that allow me to cast another spell?
It does. If you want to spend, as long as if you want to spend a major action to cast another spell, you can.
I'm gonna put my armor on. So give me 1 second because I have to look up Aladdin. Sorry, I added a little French in there because that's like all I speak now. 3 hits on armor.
Okay. Now you roll 8 on drain.
Fight me. Roll 20. So I now have my armor, I have my speed, and I've got my spirit commanded, and that was a good turn for me. So.
Yep. And because of mage shenanigans and the fact that it's the next turn, it is your turn again. Because you popped up to the top of the order.
Okay, so let me see then, because I thought through this turn and was going to take my time to think of the next thing. Let's see.
With great power. You know what they say.
Well, you've got one more spell to raise, right?
Yeah, I can. So I think what I'm going to do. Magic is going to be very hard to cast on Billy, right? Because he's not a person.
Billy is totally a person. he just has an essence of 0.32. So anything like all your health spells are going to be harder to cast on Billy.
Yeah, I'm thinking more like either armor on him or invisibility.
Ooh. And invisibility?
Bob.
Yeah.
I'm going to need $50 added to the PVN channel. So are either of those going to work on him with his problems?
Yeah. So invisibility would work on him. And what was the other one?
The other one was armor.
Armor. Oh yeah, I think armor is a manipulation spell that also works.
All right. I'm going to start with invisibility, and that way only their mages are going to be able to see him. So let's do that.
All right. Let's see. Does he have to be a willing target though?
We'll take a drain.
It doesn't say. Okay.
So I took a drain for that.
Okay. And Billy vanishes from view.
Cool. And then who am I standing close to on my team? Anybody?
You are probably closest to Violet, I think. Because, you two are the only ones who are actually on set.
Oh, okay. Violet, from my time working with you, is there any benefit to me increasing one of your attributes? Would that help you in any way?
The only thing that would help would be like a charisma to just give me better rolls for things like enthralling performance. But
in case it matters, the maximum modifier is +4. I don't remember if you have a modifier to charisma.
I do not.
Okay.
But it is sitting at a 7 already.
Yep.
So
you could take a 4-point modifier or enhancement.
So I'm going to go ahead and try it out because no one else is around that might need it for like agility or body or anything like that. So we're going to give it a shot. So I am like casting. Wind is blowing. I'm bleeding a little bit, but I reach out then and touch Violet's shoulder, and we're going to cast increased attribute.
And
9 hits.
that's rolling like Violet.
So my drain is however many I keep, or what?
Yeah, so it's like increased reflexes. It starts at 3 and goes up 1 for each hit you keep beyond 1. So if you wanted to give her a +4 to charisma, that's going to cost you 6 drain.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Cool. Hey, Violet, whenever you get a sec, give me some of those edge.
All right.
Well, I will turn one of those 4s to a 5, so I'll only take 2.
Okay.
Right. So that was 2 spells. I commanded. I don't need a minor action right now, so I'm a happy camp.
So if you've been using centering, that is technically a minor action.
I don't think I have, right? Because centering gives me a bonus to my.
It gives you an extra die for drain tests.
Let me check because it was 9. Have I been rolling 9 for? Oh no! Oh, okay. That's my minor action.
Okay. So we'll enforce that later because that is technically a minor action per spell that you're centering.
Okay, cool.
We won't worry about it now.
If you want, the only minor action I've gone above my thing is then commanding the spirit to protect.
Okay. I'll charge you that then.
Sounds.
And that'll bring us to Nova.
How many are left up?
There are 8 of them left. And of those, Mr. Bell is on 1, and the other is one of the ones you caught in the grenade last turn, who was just barely conscious.
Okay. I'm going to take out both of my Ares predators. I'm going to double shoot. Minor action. I guess, is it multiple attacks to like double shoot again, or is it? because I'm ambidextrous, so I can have two at the same time.
Right, but you still have to use the multiple attacks option
Yes.
to shoot both of them at the same time.
Yes. So, am I using my...
So it's a minor action, a quick draw?
I'm going to do major action attack with both guns, and then...
So that will cost you a major and a minor.
And then do the multiple attacks, and then it's a major action to attack again.
Yes, if you have... do you have 6 minor actions? Or is it only 5?
5.
Yeah, so because it costs you 1 to draw, because you didn't have your weapons out, then costs you a minor and a major to shoot both guns.
Unless
or you could just take two major actions and the draw, and you're not splitting your dice pool.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
Do I need to roll my Ares Predator twice, or just the one roll?
It'll be 2 rolls. And I need to make defense roll. Defense roll. Oh, that's unfortunate for that guy.
And then I believe I get edge back.
Yeah, you have attribute mastery agility, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so each one of those gives you an edge back. Yeah, the first guy you just right in the head and it goes flying off. The other guy, need to make a soak for him. The other guy is wounded but not down. So that'll bring us to Mr. Bell.
So I imagine there's a chorus of painful grunts and gunshots and explosions and castings going on in the back. Major action, I will attribute boost my agility.
Okay.
My eyes glow a little bit more intense when that happens. I grab both my sliver gun and my combat knife and I spin them out from behind me and hold them up like this. And I look down at him and I say, "Congratulations, you've been selected to take a survey. I suggest you be as honest as possible." And I put my knife to his throat and my gun to his forehead, and I will take aim, and that will be my turn for now.
Okay. So you hear a Violet from, well, and Curie hears this as well. You hear from next to Violet, Chun, and the wind sort of rushes by as an invisible Billy-shaped thing jumps out somewhere. And let's see. Let's go ahead and roll an attack for Billy, because why not? And he has a penalty, so he doesn't get any hits. Yeah, so you see the lead remaining biker just all of a sudden splits in half. And the bike beneath him splits in half.
Whoa.
As the pieces sort of skitter to the sides. So that will bring us to Spirit is hanging out. Fisher is doing Fisher things. Hey, they get an action. The 4 guys on bikes right away.
We quit.
Yeah, they're
Not
just
doing this movie
they
anymore.
actually turn and they go to flee. There's a 5th and a 6th guy who are on the ground. One of them is under Mr. Bell. Because he is under Mr. Bell, he will fail the survey and attempt to shoot not very well. And by not very well, the penalty he should have had deletes the hit that he would have gotten. So he misses you outright.
Hmm.
The other guy sort of stumbles to his feet and he's hobbled quite a bit, but he's trying to sort of limp his way off the scene. Violet.
All right. So you said that the motorcycle guys are basically retreating,
Yes.
and we have an invisible Billy.
Uh-huh.
What is the action economy for transferring edge? Are those major actions or minor actions?
Let's see. I think it's just an edge action. Let me make sure of that. So transferring edge is just you spend 2 edge to give an ally 1 edge, and that's just an edge boost. It doesn't require an action economy at all. It just requires you to spend the edge. What I've been allowing you to do, though, is to spend the leadership test as a major action, which allows you to generate edge that you can transfer.
Okay. Yeah. So I will do that.
Okay. And essentially, because you're rolling the charisma, you get the extra edge, and then you'll get another edge if you roll well enough.
All right, and I do have an expertise in leadership.
Okay. Ooh, expertise. Yeah. So you do generate a 2nd point of edge.
Okay.
So you can. So that 2nd point of edge is one that you must distribute.
Right. All right. So I would like to spend 4 edge to give Curie 2.
Okay. And you have spent a major
Thank you.
action.
By the way, I don't know, like, we need to figure out, like, if this is metagamey or not and, like, how to do this, but throughout the next turns, if there are any, if I get 1 more edge, I can reroll failures again, so that'd be nice to have.
Pretty meta.
Honestly, and I'm broadcasting now, guys. At tables I've done edge exchange, don't really consider it that meta. It's not like you're giving tactics or anything like that. Edge is part of the economy. It's boosting other people. It's just part of the game.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell Curie she's doing a great job and to keep it up.
He is panting heavily at sustaining all these spells of response.
But in answer to your question, at this point, we're going to call that because there's only 1 left, and I have no doubt that Mr. Bell will probably kill or torture or whatever this guy. But you hear cuts from the director, and at that cut, we are past the 10 o'clock hour. So we will go to our 10-minute break. Any announcements before we go to that?
That's my cue. So, hey everyone. Once again, don't forget to type in hashtag RemPC in the chat for a free entry to win a Shadowrun core rulebook PDF. So if you want to learn to play Shadowrun yourself, run a game for your friends, create a character, know what the heck we're doing, even when sometimes we don't, you can have a copy of the core rulebook, Seattle edition for 6th World Shadowrun. And don't forget to also, if you really want to make sure you are going to win, go to realmalternis.com/nuyen. For every $5 you spend, you get an extra entry to win. There's not a lot of entries, so really good odds that you will win. Also, if you are at realmalternis.com/nuyen, when you make your pledge, you can put in something you'd like your favorite runner to read at the end of the show, including Billy. So you can, we'll read that for you. So usually it's puns, which is why I made the joke about charging Bob for his earlier comments. So head on over, #RemPC in the Twitch chat or realmalternis.com/nuyen. Thank you guys.
The course of military history is most often defined not by great generals, but by the most powerful technologies of the time. From the composite bow of the steppes to the black powder of Asia and the ironclads of Europe. Each of these advancements redefined what war was like. But all of these lack the scope, power, and the all-affecting change of the last great technological leap, the Leviathan. The great warships of the sky. Powered by the recently discovered electroids, Leviathans are massive metal warships able to take to the air, raining down fire and smoke upon both land and sea. Now, at the start of the 20th century, the great powers of the world will use these new weapons of war to expand their empires, exact revenge upon their enemies, and remake the map in their image. Welcome to Leviathans, the Great War. Leviathans is a tactical miniatures game centered around the Leviathan, a flying metal warship. You will command a fleet of these machines from one of the many great powers of the world. Using the modular dice system, you will create your fleets and take to the air to destroy your opponents before they destroy you. Each faction has its own power and focus, from the German Navy's dedication to armor to the Italians' torpedo boats. There is a playstyle for everyone. Start your Leviathan fleets with the starter box and expand from there using faction boxes or ship packs. These, alongside many other relevant items, will give you everything and more you need to play Leviathans. So welcome aboard, and good luck, Captain.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. What stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cobblesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell!
Spell.
Spell!
Spells.
She says spell like 92 times.
You gotta feel it.
Spell, 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 spell,
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Welcome back. So we've just had a fight. Fight could be characterized generously. There were some grenades. There was some body surfing, and there's an invisible Billy going around chopping stuff. And you hear, "Cut! Where's Billy?"
If I could, just for the sake of time, simultaneously. So the guy takes a shot. I say to him, "I'm sorry. Please wait for the first question to be asked before you give an answer." And I take my dagger or my knife and I spin it and I stab it into the arm that he's holding his gun with. I do it real far down till it gets to the serrated portion of my combat dagger at the bottom. With my knowledge of anatomy, I do it in a way that does not get a artery or anything or kill him, but is painful. And then that's when I hear cut. So I'm like staring at him, smiling with my gun pointing at him, and I like side eye and pause.
And you hear, "Where's Billy?" And at this point, I'll go ahead.
I'll drop my spell.
Okay. And you see, Mr. Bell, a wild-eyed Billy coming at you.
At me?
At you.
Does it feel? Can I judge intentions? Does it feel like he's about to hit me?
He is about to hit you.
Ruiner of things. I will roll off and disappear at the same time.
Okay.
Yes.
So in fact, Billy does swing down toward where you were and where this poor ganger is, and chops him in half. Meanwhile, you see Ariok roll up behind Billy and touch him. And Billy starts to swoon a bit and sinks to one knee. I need a nap. So Curie, you noticed some you noticed a spell being cast.
Was that like decrease attribute?
Let me see. You can make a sorcery test. You recognize some of the tracings and the word. It's an antidote spell.
Gotcha. It's coming off that that adrenaline.
It is coming off something. You didn't see him, but Violet, as you compare notes later, you realize, yeah, whatever that drug was, he's now coming down from it. And you see the popper, the inhaler, sort of cast to the side next to you, and it reads kamikaze.
As I'm standing up, I'm reappearing. I'm dusting off my knees. You unprofessional gorilla. Great job! As I snap back into my professional self. Great job killing. Good job, Mr. Berserker. My eyes are still a little bit red and angry, though.
Who made the star of my film invisible?
Sorry, sorry, it's Sarah versus Kiri. Kiri would feel no shame, so she'd be like, I did. You're
realize
welcome.
Welcome. You realize this is all for nothing. And he points to the film around him. If I can't film the star of the film, what point is there of being a film? Let's wrap. We'll try it again tomorrow.
I'm sorry, are those gangers part of the film?
Well, they weren't originally, but I was hoping to make them part.
Oh, I see. So you're crazy.
This is nonsense. You need to stick to the script. We want a copy of the script so we know not to ruin your film. We need to know what's going to happen. Can you make this happen so we don't ruin your movie?
No.
Well, we're going to ruin your movie.
Miss Aria,
Under no circumstances are you allowed to make the star of the film invisible.
That I didn't do it. That's not me. Don't talk to me about that. You heard who did this, okay? Bring it up with her, okay? She's her own entity. You just no. But
I'm sorry, you're not the one. I'm sorry, you're not the one that we work for. So
who do you work for then?
Miss Ariak, our contract is to ensure that Mr. Berserker is in tip-top shape to be in your film. We cannot help him with that, nor can I help myself with this accent, if you do not let us know exactly what we need to do to keep Mr. Berserker safe. So if you decide in your autistic vision to have some sort of impromptu scene, you need to figure out some sort of signal to help us out. Otherwise, we're just going to keep doing our job, which we are obviously very good at.
The best way to keep Mr. Berserker safe is to stay out of Mr. Berserker's way. Many of Billy's best scenes are impromptu. I had not planned for these gangers to show up, but I'm not complaining that they did. It would have been a great scene had the star been in the scene.
we're not being paid as talent for your film, so therefore, no.
it's true. I didn't sign anything. You can't film us.
Then you should not be in the scene.
Then don't film us, and I won't be in the scene.
This is why science beats art in Curie's head. This guy makes zero freaking sense.
Now do your job and take care of Mr. Berserker. He needs rest now. We'll pick this up in the morning.
Very well. Sorry for the inconvenience.
I'm not sorry.
And Violet's gonna message over the over our shared chat to ask somebody to see if they can pick up a comm or something from the gangers.
As we walk away too,
Anyone?
can I like I'm gonna say to Violet, we are in agreement that likely, based on that reaction, this director is the one hiring people to hurt Billy or to attack Billy.
That thought did cross my mind, yeah.
I mean, Royce told us to just ignore Ariok and to avoid Jackson, so we got to keep that in mind.
So does either of you grab a comm link?
Make Fisher do it.
I'll go and pickpocket all their comlinks that are
Okay.
intact. Every single one that's intact.
So you find 3 that are intact.
Okay.
I look down at the guy who's cut in half and I say, "Sorry for the inconvenience," and I walk away.
Wait, if he's alive, shouldn't we just take him in for questioning?
He's not. He's in half.
Oh, just kidding. Are any of them alive?
Not anymore.
Wait, the one that was running away, is that the one you cut in half?
No, the one I had pinned, Billy was coming for both of us.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to move.
Wait,
And
what
he
happened to
got
the one that ran away?
He apparently ran away.
Oh, no! I chase after him. He's on foot. I chase after him.
Make a perception test.
Pick up one of the bikes that they dropped when they fell off.
Do you think you see someone ducking around a corner? And
Go
you
after
chase,
him.
you chase after him? All right.
Yeah.
Go make a running test.
If I see
It'll be
Nova,
athletics.
if I see Nova split for some reason, I'm gonna come too.
Okay. Good. Both of you go ahead and make athletics tests.
I'm gonna spend 4 edge and reroll.
So for the record, this is a athletics plus strength test, not agility.
Because of my warrior way, I can replace it with agility. Yeah. Also, I'm
only
boosted.
for Nova.
I'm boosted, so I have to roll. How many? Is it 2 dice or something to see if I get? Wait,
I'm gonna reroll my fails.
Okay.
I don't remember how it works. Agility boost. I mean, attribute boost.
You're rolling a number of extra dice equal to however many hits you got before.
Oh yeah, I didn't roll for it when I cast it. Can I?
That sucks.
Can I do that now?
Sure.
Strength, not agility.
Yeah, because you should. Magic plus, I believe it's magic plus attribute boost.
So +2.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, chat. I'm bad at this. My magic thing. Is that not in my core stats?
It's on the. Oh yeah, so just roll 8 dice. That's where we had this issue before. It was.
All right.
Magic is one of those. It's one of those in the second column.
Oh, rolled the wrong thing. I rolled a d10. Sorry. Shoot, that happened.
I'm not even sure where that came from.
Yeah, no, I hit the wrong. I hit the d10 like icon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, how many was it again? 8.
8.
8d6. One,
So
2
2.
hits. Cool. So I get a +2 athletics. 2. Yeah.
Okay. So all of that. So you can run down this guy. This is the guy that was sort of limping away, who had just barely made it around the corner as you guys sprinted him down.
I will do the exact same thing that I did the other guy.
And he's on his comm link by that point.
Oh crap! I will pin him to the ground like I did the other guy. Congratulations, you've been selected to take a survey.
I shout, "Don't kill him."
I will, in order to get my. Oh, actually, I didn't. I maxed out on edge. I don't even need to do it. Well, I'm still gonna try to intimidate him. So rookie question. Comlinks. It's like a touch thing. It's like a
It's a cell phone.
Okay. I will try to intimidate him by getting real close as I stab his comlink into the ground. And if I have to do a called shot to do that, I'll pay 5 edge. I'm fine with that.
Okay. So you're stabbing through the comlink into the ground.
In an attempt to intimidate him.
Okay, so you do that. So go ahead and spend your 5 edge. And he sort of tries to scramble out of your reach and can't. He's like, oh! He's just full on panic at this point.
Good, and I'll roll my intimidation.
No need. He is full on panic.
Okay, and I'll gain 2 for first impression. So I'm back and 4 edge. That's fun. And I'll just wait. Gun pointed at his head, knife stuck in his comm on the ground, pinning him.
I catch up and I just stand there over him, hands on my hips, like, man, I wish you didn't do that. And I take out my plastic straps and just like tie the guy up.
Okay. As you're doing that, you do see a growing wet spot.
Oh.
That's a Mr. Ball problem since he's on top of this dude.
Seems as though you're going to need your pants pressed and washed.
I plastic strap his hands together behind him and then his feet together.
As he loses all control. And yeah, so he is now tied. He is tied and still screaming.
Mr. Bell, can I have that comlink you've stabbed at the end of your knife?
Sure.
I take it off the tip of his knife.
Yeah, I do offer it to you at the end of my knife.
Yeah, and I put it in my pocket, and I hope that Fisher can look up the last person this guy called. Hey, buddy, you weren't fast enough. You're gonna have to come with us. And I guess let's take him back for questioning with the group.
Okay.
On a positive note, you won't die yet. Welcome back.
He is still screaming until he goes hoarse and then goes limp.
That'll happen sometimes. I'll drag him across the floor. I let him hit the ground, actually, and drag him by his hands.
Up. Don't cause too much damage. I don't know what's left in him.
Well, I'm just dragging him to the dirt right now. Maybe to help dry the pee.
Wow. Dust bath for some wet pants.
That's how chinchillas do it.
Okay, let's take Billy back. we got a dude for questioning.
Good news, everyone.
So you guys just throw this guy in the back of the SUV then? Okay.
We don't want to handle him here?
We have to take Billy back to the hotel. Let's drop Billy off and then, I don't know, deal with this guy at Green Mansion or something.
We do have to eat at the hotel.
I'm just saying, I don't think that we can just drag this like tied up dude into the hotel and it not cause a problem.
Don't they have secret entrances for celebrities for such a thing?
If they did, I don't know if we would have wanted to take Billy in through the front this whole time. Well, maybe he'll wake up on the way to the hotel, and then we can just dump him before we get there.
Okay.
So that's what you do. So everybody piles in. Billy's still kind of groggy and fatigued. The reaction of the rest of the people on set is that, yeah, they've seen Billy do this before. But you get everybody in the SUV and you drive off. So you drive around for, we'll say you drive around for the hour, take the scenic route, and eventually
An hour. That means some stun damage goes away.
Yeah.
What do I roll again?
Body plus willpower. And it's because you have only 3 sustained spells, right?
Yeah, because I dropped invisibility. There's no more increased attribute, so it's just it's just increased reflexes, still armor, and that's it.
Okay. Oh, I saw a critical glitch there. But
that was it has to be combined with my willpower.
And you should not be including a wound modifier when you're making a healing test.
Let me just start over. 3.
All right, so 3 boxes of stun.
Cool.
And so this guy comes to, and you hear sort of the muffled in the back. You sort of put him in the cargo compartment. And so what do you do?
Mr.
I'm
Bell.
not the leader.
Mr. Bell, would you like to try to talk to this individual?
We're just in the car, right? We're just driving around. I mean, wait, did we take Billy back or no?
You have not taken Billy back.
So what was the idea? Drop him off first?
We'll question this guy in the car, and then maybe get rid of him, and then take Billy to the hotel.
Yeah, that's the whole reason I thought that an hour was going to pass. Is I thought you were waiting for the guy to wake up to try to interrogate him and toss him.
Seems like a horrible, inefficient waste of time. But it's okay. I would just listen to you guys. I'm driving though.
Unless you want to carry this guy into the hotel like a piece of luggage.
Billy's not like. Well, I guess we have to babysit him at all times, right? We couldn't just let him go in and then go off and do our own thing.
I can talk to him if you prefer, since you're driving. I just know that you enjoy this sort of thing.
That would be optimal. If you need my assistance, let me know. Hold on, everyone. And I kind of pick up speed. I want it to be scary for him.
I make sure I'm blocking the non-doored door.
So Violet will climb back in the SUV to sit next to this guy.
So you're sort of in the way back seat, and you're kind of just leaning over, looking down into the cargo compartment.
Okay.
And this guy's, I mean, he's not dead. I mean, he's conscious, but he's still, and you get the sense that This is not his first trunk ride.
All right, so I can do influence or negotiation. I don't have intimidation. So what would you prefer, or con?
It'll be straight influence, unless you're going to lie to the guy somehow, in which case we'll make it a contest.
I can't think that I would lie to him, so we'll go for straight influence.
Okay.
Tell him we'll let him go.
And I get 2 edge for first impression.
Okay. He gets that one hit, but it is not even close to resisting.
All right, so Violet's just looking down at him, and she says, "Now look here, friend. I understand that maybe you and your buddies thought that this might be a quick buck. Maybe you didn't even know that something was going down. But we need to know what you know. And the rest of your friends are in the dirt, and you're not. So that's going to look bad on your boss either way. So you might as well talk to us now. And then maybe we drop you off somewhere that's far away from your territory. You start yourself a new life."
Okay, that's best for all of us. Yeah, so he spills his guts at that point. He is a member of the Quick Slivers gang, which is under normal circumstances it's the mafia-backed Go gang. They are backed by the Gianelli family, and given access to like mafia-run chop shops to trick out their bikes. The warehouse apparently it's not quite in their turf, but it's kind of adjacent to their turf. And so they were coming down to either scare up protection money or just cause a racket. And as far as this guy's concerned, got in way over their head. But he is otherwise your basic Go ganger. Who, as best you can tell from the interrogation, is not involved in any way with the Billy production. Just an unfortunate random encounter.
Well, all right then, and then I will share that with the rest of the group.
Hey, Violet, when we took him down, he was trying to call someone. Can you find out who it was?
Oh, it was his gang boss.
Oh, okay.
How did you people even know that this was happening in the area?
How did the gang know that this was happening in the area?
Yeah, like how did they know, like, hey, this is going on, so let's go just randomly do the thing, versus like, did they get a tip that this was happening
All
kind of ending them?
all this guy knows is that somebody known by the gang saw all the trucks moving in. And you saw a bunch of the studio trucks, or actually just basic rental trucks. So at this point, do you do the catch and release, or is there something darker in mind for this person's future?
I vote catch and release far away from wherever he was. I mean, we've been driving around for an hour, so not close to the hotel where Billy is, but
Okay.
I mean, dropping off in someone else's territory isn't really doing him a favor either, but
But as you know, with the shadow community in Seattle, everywhere is someone's territory.
mhm.
Sounds like a
But-
him
but-
problem.
But when it comes down to it, it's better than Mr. Bell just straight up whacking the guy.
Is it?
Well, I guess that's the question I'm asking you.
I can't control what Mr. Bell does, so I don't do
Actually-
anything.
Actually, that's all you guys do is control what I do.
No, not true. Not
If you tell me to
true.
kill him, I'm going to instantly kill him.
Slice the one dude in half. I didn't say do that. So
I didn't do that. Billy did that.
just kidding.
I think it would be better for our reputation if we let this person go instead of having more bloodstains to get out of the back of this vehicle.
So where we are right now, at the stoplight, and we let him out.
Okay. So you get the sense, Violet, that this is not his first, as they call it, mafia dismount either.
Okay, thanks for your time. And then
you guys drive off.
And have a lovely
like
evening.
a swing stick to him.
So then, having disposed of the ganger, less bloodily this time, you make your way back to the hotel, where oddly you've arrived at the hotel with the vehicle in the same condition it started the day in.
That's because I'm driving.
Did you know that removing vehicle doors is actually like fuel efficient?
Oh,
Hashtag no facts.
it's good to know.
Yeah, that's why Jeep owners remove their doors.
So as we roll up to the hotel, and so you guys are going up to the room, or is Mr. Bell going up to the room?
Nope. I will drop everybody off. Give the valet the van, and I'll go
Okay.
back up to the perch
Okay.
and watch all night on ultrasound. I still haven't slept. You let me know if you want me to roll anything.
I would like for you to roll perception.
Oh, okay. Okay. Two hits.
You hit.
20. Oh wait, how am I like? How much time when we arrive? Perception, or do I have time to go up and set up?
So as you go up to the roof and set up, I'm asking for a perception test.
Okay, I'll roll one more because I got a +1 through my scope.
So this is not through your scope.
Oh, okay, then that's just that then.
Okay.
You guys think I should then edge to get more hits?
Yes.
Okay.
We're not satisfied with 2 hits.
At this point, I don't know what 2 hits mean.
It's 4 to reroll all misses, right?
It is 4 to reroll all misses.
Sure, I'll do that.
Okay.
I just hit the minus, right?
Let me see which one is that. It's reroll. I hit the plus.
Oh, okay.
The minus is reroll all your hits.
Oh, okay.
Like if someone spent edge on you.
That
Oof, okay.
Jesus. I'm never speaking well of Roll20 again.
But
Type it in.
however, that third hit is what you needed.
Oh, okay.
As you begin to take your perch at the, or as you approach your perch on the roof, you notice there's someone else there watching through the scope of a rifle. And with that, we will bring our.
Oh, sorry.
We will take a. Wow. With that, we will take a quick break while we tally the winner for tonight. But we will leave Mr. Bell's business for next week. So we'll take a quick break.
A PG show. We say fragged on this show.
Sorry.
Yes. There's even canon curse word for that.
I think if it's 13, we get one swear, right?
One. Everyone gets one.
But really,
The course of military history is most often defined not by great generals, but by the most powerful technologies of the time. From the composite bow of the steppes to the black powder of Asia and the ironclads of Europe. Each of these advancements redefined what war was like. But all of these lack the scope, power, and the all-affecting change of the last great technological leap, the Leviathan, the great warships of the sky. Powered by the recently discovered electroid, Leviathans are massive metal warships able to take to the air, raining down fire and smoke upon both land and sea. Now, at the start of the 20th century, the great powers of the world will use these new weapons of war to expand their empires, exact revenge upon their enemies, and remake the map in their image. Welcome to Leviathans, the Great War. Leviathans is a tactical miniatures game centered around the Leviathan, a flying metal warship. You will command a fleet of these machines from one of the many great powers of the world. Using the modular dice system, you will create your fleets and take to the air to destroy your opponents before they destroy you. Each faction has its own power and focus, from the German Navy's dedication to armor to the Italians' torpedo boats. There is a play style for everyone. Start your Leviathan fleets with the starter box and expand from there using faction boxes or ship packs. These, alongside many other relevant items, will give you everything and more you need to play Leviathans. So welcome aboard, and good luck, Captain.
and our winner is
Smirker _ wins. Oh wait, no, Smirker _ wins an SR PDF. Whoops. Smirker, congratulations. You are our winner for the Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition PDF. Watch your whispers, your messages on Twitch so that we can get your email address sent to you. So congratulations. Additionally, we have a contributor, Eason, that has something he would like me to read. Why did Curie stop studying divination? She didn't see a future in it.
Yes.
That's a good one, Eason. Yes, I'll encourage
God damn it.
Well worth it.
Well, should we do a quick round of our intros and say what we're working on and stuff like that?
Guess so.
Let's do that.
You've got some big news happening.
Oh my gosh. So I am. So in addition to running Shadowrun 5 on Tuesday nights, my day job has me working space weather support for the Alternis 1 launch that's coming up Monday. And so I'm monitoring the radiation environment It will interfere with a couple of games here and there, but I'm trying my best to stay awake for the next 6 weeks.
That's way
That's a
cooler
super
than-
cool job, though. Amber, how about you?
I'm Amber, and I am learning to relax. And that's all I've got to say about that.
A laudable goal.
Cool. Jen, how about you?
I'm Jen, and I run the Geek Forge with the super cool commercial that you may have seen if you stuck around for our commercials during our breaks. And coming into the home stretch for the upcoming Dragon Con convention that's over Labor Day weekend here in the Atlanta area. We do cosplay props and accessories. There is still to get your orders in. If you get your order in before, like 2:00 on Friday of this week, which is tomorrow, the 26th of August, to ensure that I can get it into the mail to you before your Dragon Con experience kicks off. And if you're a planner like I am, we still have a poll open in our GeekForge Facebook group about what the next project is going to be. Right now, we're leaning towards a digital cosplay planner written by yours truly, so that you can have all of your everything you need to plan your cosplay all in one place. So that's what we're working on right now.
Awesome. Hey, Roland, sup?
Best for last. Hey, I'm Roland, and the only shuttle program I'm a part of is the Route 66 to work every day. That's all I got going on.
Does Hawaii actually have a Route 66?
Yeah, it does. I'm also concentrating on continuing to learn to chill. Doing a good job.
It's an endless struggle.
Well, and Rem has some big news. A lot is happening right now. So we've got currently at remalternis.com/kick is the Kickstarter for our steampunk fantasy graphic series, Coddlesworth's Clockwork Circus. We're getting closer and closer to our goal of $5,000. So for as low as, I think, 10, you get the PDFs. For $20, you get a physical copy of issue 2. And you can go to Drive Through Comics, and issue 1 is on there for pay what you like, including free. So please check that out. And then this Tuesday, we launch Pure Alchemy Soap's Gelatinous Cube Soap Kickstarter. I'm very excited for that. We're going to have Cassie on the pre-show for Rules of Cool next week. What else? The week after that, Mobius Worlds Publishing is launching a Kickstarter with us for Nocturne by Night, which is a Prowlers and Paragons supplement that is villains focused. So, if you like your superheroes and you like your super villains, that's where we want to be. And then the following week, we are launching the Shadowrun upgradable card game Kickstarter, Edge Zone, with Catalyst Game Labs, which is super exciting. So it's a very busy month. But also, feel free, if you have nothing to do this weekend, come join us for the Streamathon. We have like 36 or 38 hours of gaming. It starts with Descent into Avernus on Saturday morning and ends with Like Clockwork on Sunday night. We've got Seventh Sea games. We've got Power Rangers. We've got Blades in the Dark. We've got Thirsty Sword Lesbians. We've got Shadowrun. We've got a lot of stuff. So come hang out with us. And there's still a couple of spots if you want to join our Discord and join in the games. Or you can join us on Twitch at twitch.tv/Master of Rem. I forgot what channel we were on for a second. So Master of Rem, follow us and hang out with us and chat. We've got a giveaway for every single stream we're doing, and we've got some really cool stuff. There's a Edge token and dice set from Catalyst for Shadowrun. There's Norse Foundry dice set. There's Pure Alchemy soaps bundles. Jen has some stuff from GeekForge coming. So there's a whole ton of awesome stuff. So join in and hang out with us.
I am doing a thing. I'm going to be on the streamathon, actually playing Mr. Bell on Ava's K Shadowrun game. So that's like early in the morning your time and really early in the morning in my time, like 1 a.m. over here. So there's a thing.
And Amber, why don't you talk about what you just sent me?
I cannot at this time. Next week, I will have something prepared.
Okay, I thought, is it live now? Should I talk about it?
Sure.
I will make stuff up. So Amber just sent us, speaking of diversity and Kickstarters, this is The Sundering by Unlikely Heroes 2, or maybe I have that backwards. Let's click on the link and find out together. Unlikely Heroes 2 is the publisher. Again, it was The Sundering, and it says, as a broken body of the ashen god crashed into the sea, searing blades of flame reshaped the land. A brand new 5e adventure awaits. So go check that out and throw them some support. Is that everything? Did we, Tom, do you have anything for us? Tom is our awesome tech person. There's a staple in my.
On the spot.
Sorry. On the spot. I don't usually do that. So thank you so much, Tom, for making us all look good. But we'll be back next week. So thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Good night, everybody.